Hello, everyone, and welcome to Esporter's Dominaria United Limited Split Championship. What is a split, you may ask? Well, a split's kind of like a rec league, kind of like a master class, kind of a tournament, but it's all fun. In the past month, our participants mastered Dominaria United, many people hitting Mythic with the help of our professional coaches, Alex Kortikals Nikolic, and one of the greatest of all time, Seth Manfield. They reviewed different deck archetypes, gameplay reviews, sealed deck techs, draft log reviews, got custom help from each of their pro coaches, and they also get to compete against their fellow esporters all month long in pod drafts and weekly scrimmages. This tournament that you're about to see today is the culmination of this month long of work where they all get to duke it out for prizes. We have a really big field today, a really exciting tournament coming to you. And if you're interested in joining one of our upcoming splits, each split gets 4 weeks of coaching, in-pod drafts, scrimmages, office hours, deck techs, and individual reviews that all culminate into this tournament for prizes. So today we are going to be hopping into our first draft. So we're going to do a quick ready check for all the participants before getting things started, and we are going to kick it off. So today we have 2 pools of 7 pods each, and then they're going to get tossed into a double elimination bracket, which we will be showing you guys a little bit later today. Great, so let's take a peek at today's competitors. As you can see, we have a pretty big field today. We've randomized who gets the initial buys in their first rounds. We are almost ready. We have just one more person we're waiting to check on for the ready check to get this draft started. And it looks like everyone is ready. So let's check out their draft. All right, we're diving right into it. So it's going to be a ton of fun with this system. We get to see the players as they're making their picks real time. We'll cycle through them as they go through their draft together. And then how it works is they take this draft that they do in their pod. They then upload this deck to Magic the Gathering Arena, and then they battle against one another in their round robin that we were looking at a little bit earlier, which is this big, not round robin, in the bracket. So it's a double elimination bracket. So you can see it's going to be a fun one. It's a big one today. We got a lot of people competing. I'm so excited to kind of see how this all shakes out. This is going to be a lot of fun. All right, so let's take a peek at some people who've maybe made some picks already. So we're looking at Springbok. Springbok is one of our previous Esporter champions. Springbok is a high-level player and someone who has been able to compete and succeed at some of the upper echelons of Magic. Very interesting first pick. I actually think when you know early Valiant Veteran is something you can build around, like going after a red-white aggro plan. Maybe you're picking up Skeldon strike teams. You're getting the captain's calls. You're trying to kind of go as wide as possible, pump up those soldiers. I think the Veteran is a very good 2-drop. 1 second real quick as we are prepping our next pod. Everyone is in and they are also ready to go. So we are about to kick off with them, and then we will hop right back to the action, which is the draft picks from our pod B competitors over here. So we can see that Springbok has opened up with a very interesting line of his first 2 picks. We see the Wooded Ridge line into everybody is ready, and we're going to kick off our other pod. Beautiful. So let's get back to the action here. We see Springbok takes first 2 picks of land to land. So it looks like he's looking to give himself access to being able to play whatever he wants and then to pick a strong domain deck. I think that taking them early in these types of drafts is also a good idea because you're giving yourself options to play the strongest cards that get opened. So I like this strategy. Keeps him open. Really interesting first picks here from Springbok. Let's go across the table. Let's go over to Elk. Let's check out what he's doing and where he is at with his first 2 picks. So Elk, we see picks. Okay, we see a couple of cards that are interesting. The Codex is interesting, tough to take early because it means you have to start taking the lands and really get into the domain deck. Lightning Strike, definitely a good card. One of those cards that gets taken a bit more highly than I think it's its like win rates should suggest that it should be picked at. But 3 damage to any target, just a good card, really staple in all of these red decks. And when you look at what else is really even a viable option, it's really Bite Down, Tala's Lookout. There's not a lot else that you care all that much about. And like I said, the Codex is definitely interesting. Let's take a peek at his second pick. We went Lightning Strike into the Tolarian Terror. Okay, so we see a little bit of a plan starting to come together. Hey, maybe I can get this Silver Scrutiny on the wheel. Maybe not, though. I think that Micromancer here, Silver Scrutiny, Tolarian Terror, all great follow-ups to that Lightning Strike first pick. And we see him taking a Tala's Lookout pick 3. Any other cards in contention, really? It's really the Micromancer, Scrutiny Terror, LS Il Core is also great. Sentry is awesome in any green deck, just the perfect 4-drop. And Urborg Repossession. Honestly, a card I want in any single deck. I can fit it in. Just being able to get back permanence as well as your creatures, it's very, very strong. So we see, sticking with Elk for a second, we see him going for the pick 3 Tala's Lookout after picking up the Terror and the Lightning Strike. Other cards of note, the Hurloon Battle Hymn, definitely a good card, good removal spell. Splashing the white's not too difficult, especially these Jeskai, more controlling spells decks wind up being pretty spicy. But the Phyrexian Espionage, also a good pick. A lot of good cards in this pack in general. Strike Team's great, and those red-white dedicated aggressive teams go wide. So is Argivian Cavalier. So there's a lot of Vineshaper Prodigy, a lot of good cards going around. All right, so we get to pick 4 for Elk. He does take a Sunbathing Rootwalla, kind of the best card in the pack, maybe, but not in line with his plan currently. You know, interestingly, I think now that I have my my Lightning Strike in hand, instead of branching out to a third color here, I might be interested in taking this to Inferno. When you look at cards like the Tolarian Terror, when you look at cards like Tala's Lookout, potentially giving them double strike can just end a game. If an opponent's like, all right, well, I could take 5 here, I'll chump block 1, I could take 5. Taking 10 is almost impossible for most people. So I think I'm a bit higher on Twinferno than other people might be. I think, especially in the right deck, it can be pretty powerful. But let's take a peek at how it's actually performing in the format. 54% win rate. I think probably in the right hands, probably performs a little bit higher than that. But, you know, who's to say you're ever going to get that right situation? So he then is somewhat moving off of the red plan, definitely able to splash it in more of a green-blue domain-ish deck. Takes Nael, definitely the strongest card in the pack by quite a bit. The Tangled Islet, definitely one you're interested in if I'm Elk in this situation. And it looks like he's building towards some kind of blue-green tempo-ish build. Honestly, just the card quality here, very, very high. So happy with Elk's choices so far. He's making a good looking deck. And let's hop over to Amphibicopter. If anyone has watched our tournaments in the past, Amphibicopter is a staple of the Esporter tournaments. And boy, we love watching him. A couple of sets ago, he was able to play the red-blue cleave card that gives you an extra turn but kills you the next turn. He was able to play that to win a game, and that was a ton of fun. So that was definitely a highlight from Esporter tournaments in the past. Let's see what he's got going on today. So we've got take Squee first pick, definitely a great card in the more aggressive building the wide tokens deck. A lot of good cards in this pack. This was one we were looking at earlier from Elk after a couple of cards have been taken out. But he takes Squee into a Sacred Peaks. I think that might be a little early personally to take that red-white land, but to be honest, you're not really passing a whole lot. You don't care a lot about anything else here. If you take Squee actually first, I might be taking this Sunbathing Rootwalla to say, okay, I'll go red-green aggressive. Actually, have had a ton of success with the red-green aggro decks, and I'm a big fan of them. So Amphibicopter takes the land. He then third picks the Gitu Amplifier. Again, a good card. It is causing him to branch out into a couple of different colors, which might be a little challenging in these streamlined aggressive decks. I think Squee and then into the Cavalier totally makes a lot of sense. Don't hate Gitu Amplifier at all, though. Definitely a good card. Let's go back. We're on pick 4. We can see how things are adjusting with each of the picks that they're making. Takes another Gitu Amplifier as a follow-up on pick 4. Then he takes the Flowstone Kavu. Looks like he's building a bit more of a red aggressive deck into a Garna Bloodfist of Keld. a card that I think in the right decks can perform fine, but I also haven't seen it be as impactful and powerful as I think it maybe can be. We see that path to the red-green, more aggressive deck maybe being there as well. Magnos Sentry here, pick 7, pretty good. He does elect to take the Elas Ilkor. Great card if you can make it fit in this deck. I think the Mardu aggressive deck that he's maybe building here is pretty cool. So we're pick 6, takes Garna, takes the Elas Ilkor, Givian Cavalier, pick 8 on the wheel. That is an absolute that's what you call a signal, folks. One of the best cards in white coming around to you on the wheel. You might want to hop in there. Molten Monstrosity I like. I also like Thrill in these more aggressive decks, tossing some of your lands. Takes the Jaya's Fire NATO. Looks like some of these the green cards are being a little bit undervalued. Then to the Crystal Grotto. Looks like he could be building a pretty nice red-white aggressive deck. We'll see where he actually ends up with this build. So let's hop again across the table. Let's go over to Tresio. Tresio, and also another Esporter veteran, very good Magic player. Ooh, he opens up a Defiler of Instinct. A lot of people maybe dipping their toes in red that we've looked at so far. Pretty interesting builds coming through the pipe. So he goes Defiler into a Valiant Veteran. Honestly, Valiant Veteran is at its best in this white-green. It can be good, but white-red, it's also very powerful. A lot of cards that make soldiers in white-red, and just a good card for that build in general. He's a 3rd pick, Destroy Evil. I like it. Destroy Evil, one of the better removal spells in the format. Very splashable. Just a good card in general. Pick 4, he goes to the Sacred Peaks. Makes sense. Then to another Destroy Evil, Tresio just vacuuming up all the removal. He takes the Caledon Strike Team card I value very highly. I think it's really good. Argivian Phalanx. All right, it looks like he might be pushing towards a Mardu-esque aggressive deck as well. Takes the Tura here. I understand maybe the Grotto. Honestly, maybe the Drawbridge based on what he was taking. Sometimes it's a good pick just to be able to tap down your opponent's best blocker and kind of mess up their plans a little bit. Takes Joyra here. I don't think you're probably going to play Joyra. Even the blue-red decks, getting a 2/3 for 2, it's a little tough because its mana requirements are so, they're both colored mana. You have to have it. You have to essentially have perfect pickups on turn 2. So it's a little tough to play Joyra. Probably just taking it there. Out of habit for the gems. Picks up Joyra into a Stall for Time, which I do like in these aggressive decks. Danitha, that's a very good pick. So I think Stall for Time on pick 11. Yep, and then 12 to the Librarian. Oh, okay. I think it's a bit of a miss. I think you almost certainly want this Flamestone Kavu, especially with the Defiler, the Caledon Strike Team. The Kavu has been awesome for me. It's been a 2-for-1 almost all the time, and it's pretty, a basic 3-drop. And if your opponent's using a removal or 2-for-1ing themselves to kill it, heck yeah, sign me up. I'm in it all day. Shlai's Acolyte, fringe playable, thrill possibility, making the cut there. So then in pack 2, pick 1, he does pick up a Tori Diavenant Fury Rider. Other cards in consideration, the Captain's Call I think is good. For the deck that he's building right now, which to me seems like a red-white aggressive deck, I probably would be, and it looks like he thinks that as well. I probably would be leaning into the more red-white aggressive cards. Tori Devenant's fine. I think I actually care about the Captain's Call a bit more to pair with my Valiant Veteran. So that's the one thing I'm thinking there is how do I maximize that 2-drop? Danitha Benalia's Hope is an absolute bomb pickup at pick 2, and Tresio might be running away with a pretty spicy build here. He opts to take the Heroic Charge. I think getting your first charge here is important, but he is praying to high heavens that this Cleaving Sky Rider comes back to him. The Artillery Blast, Jaya's Fire NATO, playable in pinches, but not really the most exciting cards. So Tresio is making a bit of a red-white aggressive deck. He's got 2 absolute bombs between Defiler of Instinct and Danitha coming his way. And if he can just fill that up with some solid cards around them, Tresio could be in a good position to go far in this tournament. All righty, so let's go over to Sharky. Sharky, one of our new but definitely getting the most out of the Esporter experience contestants, or not contestants, participants, excuse me. Let's take a quick peek at what he's been building from the jump. All right, so he takes Territorial Morrow, thinking maybe Domain into a Talus Lookout, some green-blue Urbarg Repossession, looking like some Sultai Soup. Hurloon Battle Hymn, just really taking the best cards. Toxic Abomination here, okay pickup. We're on pick 1, pick 5. I think that maybe is a bit of a miss, just because you're not really going to play this Abomination in any scenario. Unfortunately, I don't really know what's much better than that in this pick. There's not a whole lot you're missing out on. Maybe the Meteorite, like, you know, based on your first 3 green-blue picks, you don't really care. So it looks like you might be going into some kind of Sultai mess. Pick 1, pick 7, takes the land. I like it. Joint Exploration, totally a potential pick there. Bite Down. Battlefly Swarm, I have had good success with, just being as a standing removal spell. Magnagoth Sentry. Way too late for this card. Pick 10. That's a great time to pick it up. You know you might be in the right deck. Battle Rage Blessing's fine, definitely playable. You would include it. I think the Crystal Grotto, based on kind of how many colors he's going into, I would have been interested in. And he actually rounds out the pack with a couple of playables here. Bone Rattle, Bortuck, Bone Rattle. Awesome pickup, I think, for what he's building, a super important card. I think Black-Green's really tough because he does have the cards to go get back and has cards that you care about getting back. Black-Green's one of those color pairs that you don't really want to get into unless you have a Namada, you have like the rares and uncommons to make it super powerful. But we do see him getting hooked up a little bit on pick 2, pack 2, pick 2 with a Terra Sunder. So he goes Bortuck into Terra Sunder. This Black-Green is looking pretty nice. Takes the Eerie Soul Tender over the Phyrexian Rager. He does have the Urborg Repossession and as well as a bunch of big beefy boys to go get back. So I don't hate this Eerie Soul Tender pickup here because there is a bit of synergy with his graveyard stuff. I think either of these are reasonable pickups, and I actually like the Soul Tender because he has a couple of, at this point, he had the Territorial Morrow, he had the Magnagoth, he had a couple things to go get back. Takes the Splatter Goblin here to help shore up his 2 slot. I think the Elfane Worm is maybe another pick that you could consider. I think I'm playing that over the Baloth most of the time. But Splatter Goblin is something that helps him combat those early aggressive decks. Takes the Baloth here. I probably am taking the Sojourner, just because I do have a couple of lands. I'm interested in trying to play them if possible. So that was pick 6. Excuse me, that's pick 5. So he takes the Baloth. Let's go back. Bog Badger. Okay, the last couple of picks are coming in pretty quickly. So let's follow along with what they take. All right, beautiful. So we are moving on to pack 3, and let's start off pack 3 with someone we haven't checked out yet at the other side of the table with Trisky here. So what is he building? He is building a blue-black control deck. Definitely interesting build here. Rona's Vortex, let's check out some standouts. All right, so we're still on Trisky's deck. We do see he opens a tribute to Urborg, which is probably going to be the pick. Oh, he chooses a shore up. So let's take a peek. He's got the Defiler of Flesh, the Writhing Necromass, Rona. So I think he's got double tribute already. I can see the thought process here is, hey, I already have, and he gets another tribute, but he has a Rona's instead. So he's getting access to a lot of really solid pieces of removal. I doubt these tributes are going to make their way back to him. The mid game is looking like he's going to be able to draw a lot of cards, but I think Trisky, in order to get this deck where he wants it to be, I think he's really going to need either a bunch of Haunting Figments, start taking them super early, or some better ways at 3, 4, 5 to finish this game. I think he's got a lot of ways to draw. He's got a lot of interaction to deal with his opponent's stuff, but I think he really is getting to a point where he needs some help with closing out the game, and maybe the Apparition at this point is almost certainly going to make it. The Warhorse is certainly a consideration here at 4. He's getting to the point where he might be in dire straits if he doesn't start picking up some creatures soon. So definitely something to think about. You can see he's already moving a bit to his sideboard as he's building out the deck. Yeah, I think in this type of deck where you're only going to have access to 2, maybe 3 domain at most, the Shadows Prophecy go down a little bit in how powerful they are. So that's one thing that I think maybe should be a consideration moving forward through the rest of the draft is what do I do in the mid game? What am I doing in the mid game? Is it just playing a wall on turn 3, or is it always drawing cards? Like, how am I closing out this game? That could be with Haunting Figments, but we might need a couple more of them to really make that work. Okay, so Trisky on the blue-black interaction deck. Let's check out what Catharsis has going on and see what he's building. Ooh, okay, nice and streamlined, nice and tight 2 colors. He's saying, I'm going to be full-on aggressive. Play those Llanowar Stalkers for some early damage, something to sack for the Banalish Sleepers. He does have a Guardian of New Benalia, literally the most obnoxious card to deal with in draft. What is a chaplain in the sideboard? I think honestly I'm playing this chaplain even if I have no other defenders to go with, because it's a removal sponge. Like, people straight up, oh, you see a pretty, not a late pickup, pick 5 Citizen's Arrest here. It's gonna be a good pickup for him. Brawler, not that great in these decks where you're only gonna have access to 2 or 3 domain, but still, a 2 mana 2/3, so it's a good pickup. Scout the Wilderness, Weather Seed Treaty. It seems like he has all the tools. Ooh, a Llanowar Green Widow. So the card quality here quite high. Heroic Charge. I think he could really use another Heroic Charge. The power level of this deck just seems a teensy tiny bit low. It might be tough to battle against some of these other decks that opened up some really strong bombs. So it looks like a more aggressive, go wide, green-white plan here from Catharsis. And I'm excited to see how this plays out for him. So who haven't we looked at yet? I think we've had an opportunity to look at everyone. We were looking at Springbok first. Let's see where things have ended up with Springbok. Okay, so Springbok also in more of a green-white deck. It seems like he's cut out the blue. I'm not really interested in a whole lot of that blue. Not really interested in this red either. He's got the Codex. He's got the Defiler. He's got an Archangel of Wrath and a Sarah Paragon. Goodness gracious, the card quality here. He's been able to, it looks like, open up some insane white spells. Double Destroy Evil, the Artillery Blast. So it looks to me like he's going to have real good mana. He's going to have real high domain counts, but it doesn't look like he's got the payoffs to really have that matter. Unfortunately, the Micromancer in this deck does not make much sense. 6, 7. He's up to 20 playables. He sees an Ellis Core coming back to him, Banalish Sleeper. So he's able to get to 22 playables. Okay, and then maybe force in a Pilfer here to kind of make it work. Yeah, I doubt he's actually going to play all of these lands. I mean, you want the access to black and red for the Archangel. He might. We'll see if he plays this. Oh, Shield Wall Sentinel. Yep. Okay. But what does that really get him? He doesn't have. He has the Vine Wall. Yeah, the Sentinel might not make it in, just because there's not really enough to make it all that valuable. I could see the Joint Exploration making it in potentially, just as a card draw spell. All right, he gets back-to-back Shield Wall Sentinels. Okay, there you go. It makes sense. He's got 3 defenders. The Coalition Sky Knight could make it in as he's kind of pushing for playables. Chooses to take it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, looks like we wound up in a bit of a white-green play your bombs type of deck. Overpower. I'm excited to see how this plays out for the squad. And we have finished drafting for everyone here today. We are almost done with our other pod. So now what we're going to be doing is taking a quick break as our players get together, get ready for their first matches in Magic the Gathering Arena. And we will be back in about less than 10 for the actual start of gameplay. We will be, if you want to check out the decks that they are running and everyone ends up in, we're actually going to be posting those to our channel in Discord, to the Event Questions channel. It's all happening live, so if you want to follow us along live, definitely come check out what they've got going on, see the decks that they've built, and we are going to put those up for everyone to see very shortly. So we are going to take a quick break, and we will be right back. All righty, welcome back. We have gotten all of our deck lists posted to our Discord. Our competitors are matched up. Let's take a peek at the bracket one more time before we dive into the action. Very excited. We got a big field here today. Randomized who actually got the bids here. So we have 2 guys who have gotten their bye through the first round of play. And we today are going to be highlighting Jesse.exe and Sharky. Let's take a quick peek at the decks that they built. So we can see Jesse on a bit of a black-blue, splashing green and white, and more maybe controlling builds. Just kind of taking a peek at what the plan here is. Kind of like win in the sky. Maybe win. It's like you got an alternative win con with either milling through Coral Colony, with flyers, with the Chaplain, Barricades, Academy Wall, or just get your, full 5 domain from your 3 lands for the herd migration. Now, this will oftentimes be pay 7, get 3 3/3s. Definitely not bad. Something you are okay with tossing if you have it early. Just a really, really strong card with the herd migration here. Just an alternative win con that's going to be solid. Not sure exactly what the final build of the deck was, but definitely one where herd migration could fit in and make sense. See probably things like, Cult Conscript, Cut Down, Bone Splinters, Repossession, Colony, 2 or 3 of these goblins. Maybe the Vine Wall. It looks more like a blue-black build, so you're probably not playing this Vine Wall early. Protect's making it in. Tribute, yes. Maybe the Bite Down. Wall, Double Drake, Eerie Soul Tender, Double Barricade. Looking good at 3. Shadow Prophecy, Extinguish, Shield Wall Sentinel. Yeah, I think that it's almost certainly a blue-black control deck splashing for the migration, and we're actually going to hop into the match right now. So let's see what these guys have got cooking. So, yep, we do see that Jesse on that blue-black control deck taking an initial mulligan. Do you have to take it? No, just taking a single mulligan, mulling down to 6, and is able to open up with all of his colors. That is looking pretty good if you ask me. I'm pretty happy. Excuse me, I'm pretty happy with a turn 3 Soaring Drake into a turn 4 Shadow Prophecy. Oh, excuse me, Shadow Prophecy, where I now get to see 4 cards and then pick 2. That's pretty good. If you can ever get the Shadow Prophecy more than 3, it's a very, very strong card. 3 is like, it's good. 2 is like, I'd probably rather not play this. 3 is like, it fits in this deck. 4 and 5 are great outcomes. And we see up top that Sharky is on a black-green, probably more grindy kind of build. It's going to be there to fight through the late game. Interesting choice here to get out a Barricade, Soul Tender, or just cut down the Academy Wall before he can get value. You don't really care that much about the wall. I think what Sharky's thinking is, let's get my plan online. So we do see the Shadow Prophecy coming in here from Jesse, tossing the land and able to get himself a cut down of his own as well as a tribute to Urborg. It's pretty nice to kind of get a couple of pieces of removal there that are going to be pretty impactful for the rest of the game. Looked at his own graveyard. He tossed the Pixie. He's got a land in there as well as the Shadow Prophecy and 1 other card. A little bit scary. If I'm Jesse, I might be letting this attack go through as well. And the Magnagoth Sentry continuing to put on the pressure for Sharky. Ooh, he's got the full domain coming out. The Extinguish was considered, or the Cut Down. So I think the options he does have access to. And he decides to just play the Soaring Drake, leave open the Cut Down on the Eerie Soul Tender if need be. There is a big potential for a blowout here if he goes swing and tries to Battle Rage Blessing his Eerie Soul Tender here. So let's see what he goes with. Let's see what Sharky up top goes with. And he's in a rough position to get blown out right now. It's like having ace king flopping in ace and your opponent flopping a set. It's kind of like a trap. There are good options for Sharky this turn, though. I really do like potentially doing the Badger. Yeah, he opts to leave open the Battle Rage Blessing mana, which actually is blocked in such a way that it stops the potential for the cut down. So if Sharky goes to Battle Rage the Eerie here, he's going to get blown out. But on the flip side, you can also Battle Rage the Magnagoth, which doesn't honestly make as much sense if I'm Sharky. He says, you know what, I'm fine with this. I think this is actually a good outcome for him because he's going to just be able to start to develop the board with the Badger or the Brick. I'd probably play the Badger this turn. It is a potential win con when the board gets wide enough for your black-green decks, and you can just give all your attackers menace. All of a sudden, oh, geez, your opponent can't really stop that. But on the flip side, Jesse's sitting on a handful of removal, so he's not really scared of whatever Sharky plays here. Abomination. I like it. Leave open the Battle Rage Blessing. He does have the opportunity to give it, I think the Battle Rage Blessing is Death Touch and Indestructible, if I'm not mistaken. He could save it, but on the flip side, like, I don't really care about it. I think I'd rather save my 4/4. It is mana efficient. It's a mana efficient, and it's not a bad play. I do think there are more important resources to be saving than a 3/2, though. Yeah, I agree with Sharky's non-play here, just in case Oppo decides to, Jesse decides to extinguish or try and tribute to Urborg, kick it. Well, tribute, it doesn't even get around tribute to Urborg kicked. At this point, if I'm Sharky, I am looking to, I know that my opponent spent a turn not developing the board, so I get that they probably have draw spells or they have removal in hand, or a bomb that they can't play yet. So I'm looking to kind of push the tempo here and get ahead of my opponent. I don't know. I think there's a world where if that is the outcome, like that your opponent's going to block. He's blocked with the Academy Wall every single turn. So if he's going to block this turn and you're going to cut down, considering that in your declare attackers phase and killing it before. The flip side is, you use the cut down in the Academy Wall. You go to attack with your 4/4. Jesse doesn't let that through. He uses the tribute to kill it before damage goes through. So all of that would have happened the same way anyway. So I guess it doesn't really matter the sequencing there. So we do see the 5th land coming in for Sharky. It's going to open up the Worm, which is going to be a pretty difficult. He's got the Extinguish in hand to answer it. But after that, Jesse's kind of run out of gas, and the Eerie Soul Tender can just go get back the Worm. It looks like if Sharky plays his hand well, he's got just a good setup to keep pushing pretty nicely. I think this is maybe a turn where you go get back the Worm. You can do it at the end of your opponent's turn. Yeah, so you just take a little bit of your own, take a little time yourself. Just go get back the Worm, get back a big threat. Try and keep pushing damage. He does have the option. He does choose to get back the Worm. I think there were some other choices he could have picked up there. He does pick up a Bortug Bone Rattle, which is gonna, as soon as the Worm gets removed again, he's gonna be able to get it right back. Okay, this is the all-in for Jesse. The Coral Colony doesn't do a whole lot to help him just yet. He is able to get the Cold Conscript out this turn. Yep. So Jesse is definitely fighting back, even though he is maybe running out of gas here a little bit. Sharky is pulling ahead, I think, from a value perspective, able to continue to get back this worm as a threat once again. Urborg repossession of his own. He's going to be able to go get back two of his creatures as tall as Lookout, and I didn't get a good peek at what else he really has as a viable option to get back there. He's definitely going to get back the Lookout. What else do we have? Yeah, and we'll see what he winds up going through again. So he's got the Tallest Lookout, he's got the Soaring Drake. He'll get back the Soaring Drake and the Tallest Lookout, probably. Maybe the Wall, actually, if he's saying, hey, I wanna have this go to the later game, he's gonna take the Wall and the Tallest Lookout. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. A good blocker and something you could play this turn. And he's also able to leave up the mill. So I actually think in this specific scenario, I maybe would have opted to play the Wall there and pump up the Coral Colony's mill, because I doubt that I'm actually personally, I don't think I'm blocking here. Like, just because their opponent has a full grip of hand, has a full grip of cards, right? So if they have any kind of interaction, it doesn't even have to be the Blessing. If they have the Tribute to Urborg, if they have Cut Down, if they have any instant speed interaction, I get blown out here. All right. So we do see him double blocking. We do see, unfortunately, a little bit of a blowout here for Jesse.exe here. And we are quickly going to take care of a little issue with some of the deck lists on our end. Give us 2 seconds. Excellent. All right, back to the action. Apologies, we had a little problem with the deck lists. Great, looks like, okay, so it looks like Jesse's been able to stabilize a little bit. I do think he's going to have some problems with the continual aggression of Sharky here. Oh, like we were talking about earlier, that late game board stall Bog Badger. He's going to be able to push in a ton of damage here. You know, if he does swing with the Bortok, it is going to force him to double block Writhing Mass and Cult Conscript, and it's a bad trade. Okay. In my opinion, I think that the turn was maybe better spent getting out the worm again, because herd migration, full domain herd migration, and Jesse is back in this game. No problem, he says. He's going to be able to stall the board here to give his Coral Colonies a real opportunity to mill out his opponent. 5 3/3s. Oh, geez. The window for Sharky might be closing. Oh, yeah, I'm leaving open this mill to try and put the deck pressure on my opponent. And Sharky is really getting every piece of gas he could possibly ask for. He's got all of his big boys. He's got removal in hand. But boy, does he need to end the game yesterday. He needs to start pushing as much in the air as possible and really slam one of these big beefy boys. I think he's probably looking. I would probably look out to get the Baloth. Just, I think it's a little bit less valuable for me. It's also a better blocker. The Territorial Morrow, I really want to be a 6/6 and help me as soon as I get access to another color. It's very possible, though, that Sharky just does not have access to another color. Yeah, Sharky also agrees. The 4/5 body being a bit more enticing. I'm swinging in with my Battlefly too. I got to turn this into a 5 turn clock, because I know that I'm on my opponent's Coral Colony clock, and that, you know, him essentially three cards going out of my library every turn gets scary really quickly. Just going to hang on to this Plains as a bit of a bluff. Yeah, the right-click attack all doesn't really work that well for Jesse just yet. He does say, I will take your 1-for-1 if you want to get rid of your Battlefly. Actually, I kind of like this. This trade is pretty freaking good for Sharky, but those 5 3/3s are still pretty scary. I almost don't even, as crazy as it sounds, I don't even hate them going to like double block the 4/5 and trade 2 for 1 there. Are we winning if we do that move? He's got to. I actually think he needs to be pumping his apparition as much as possible. The board. He definitely needs to pump here. The board state growing is a good thing and all, but you got to end this game. You got to end this game before opponent mills you out, before you kind of give them an opportunity to find their bombs. Gibbering Barricade is going to be a great pickup for Jesse.exe. He's going to be able to sacrifice a couple of these inconsequential cards, like the Cult Conscript, he's going to be able to kind of get a good life gain engine moving here, to go find, whatever answers Jesse can get for this Tattered Apparition. If this Tattered Apparition dies, I really think Sharky can't win this game. So let's see what he ends up doing here. He's really got to, again, I don't know if I care about a 4/4, and I kind of do care about pushing in an additional 2 damage, 3 damage. So that's 3 damage missed here, instead of playing the Territorial Morrow. So he's going to be able to get in 3. He could have gotten in 6 and put his opponent on lethal next turn. He would have had to, actually, because then, okay, Jesse can sack twice, gain 2 life back, and put him on 6 again. The Strider's going to be a good slowdown plan for this Tattered Apparition, and he's able to continue milling. Now he's milling 3. He's going to be able to lock down this Apparition. This is an incredibly close matchup right now. I think that Jesse's going to be able to get there. He's going to be able to stall enough time with this Apparition to not die. Now he's got all these life gain mechanisms. Oh, man. Okay. It's real tight. I think you need to tear asunder this Coral Colony. I think he might even be a little too late, as his deck might just be too small at this point. I think that tear asunder need to come down the Coral Colony potentially 2 or 3 turns ago. Yeah, if that Coral Colony doesn't die, Sharky loses. We see the Goblin dropping a little bit of dynamite on his side of the battlefield. Yeah, this Coral Colony is a nightmare. I mean, it's a great win condition, especially when you can have 2 or 3. As soon as you get 3 defenders on the battlefield, Barricade, Academy Wall, you're able to you have a ton of card selection. You're able to deal with opponent threats. Danny's saying all in. There is 100% a way to block appropriate here, and then Danny might just die on the crackback. I would be very surprised if he actually takes 7 here. I don't think that he's putting. Oh, wow. Take 7. Really? He only double blocked the worm. If he gets rid of one of these, no, he triple blocked the worm. Okay. I was trying to figure out if there's a world where the trample gets through, but he triple blocked the worm. He's letting 7 through. 7 through is ballsy. I do not think the Terra Thunder can get him a win just yet. Jesse only has 2 mana open, so he can't sacrifice anything to gain life. I actually think Dandy's not in awful shape on the crackback. He's got the Terra Thunder to deal with whatever the biggest threat is, and he can also sack something to gain a life. I think he definitely needs to get this 7 damage in, though. I don't know what his deck is at from a cards in the library perspective, but it's low. It's definitely under 10. So another mill here actually represents a pretty big problem for Danny. I don't necessarily think you have to tear asunder here. It's a really tough one. I can't see exactly where it's blocking. I think this might be saving his Gorger. Down to 2. Jesse goes. Can Jesse get an 18 and get in 4, 7, 10, 13, 15 on the crackback? But Danny's deck is perilously low right now. I think another mill and Danny's draw step might just be the game. Danny can't even really draw the game. I think this is, I think that's it. And then on the draw, he's going to be game. The Coral Colony coming through with the W. 1, 2. Oh, and that's the deck. Yeah, unfortunately, the Terra Sunder about 4 turns ago really needed to take out the Coral Colony. Jesse just wasn't able to get enough, or excuse me, Danny just wasn't able to get enough pressure going with his air assault. Really, really fun first game. Look at Jesse grind it out with the Demir control deck, able to get the most out of the Coral Colony and get himself a W. So we see the little bit of sideboarding here from our opponents. If you are Danny, what are you trying to do here? There is a Terra Sunder in his sideboard. I think that Terra Sunder needs to make it into your main deck. That would probably be my first thing that I would look at is, okay, that's got to make it in there. And let's take a quick peek over here. Yeah, the double Terra Sunder, that's pretty gross. I think just, all right, so balance works pretty well against the herd migration. I look at this Tangled Islet, and because my Territorial Morrow, as well as this, the Black-White Tapland, I want both of those to increase my domain count. So I'm pretty interested in finding a way to get those in. Yeah, the Bite Down. The Bite Down needs to make it in. The Terra Sunder needs to make it in. I do not care very much about double Toxic Abomination. I think that Oppo has enough threats that I care about getting rid of between the Writhing Necromass and the Coral Colony that I want to get rid of those. The interesting starting hand here for Jesse. This is a tough keep. It's not that tough a keep. You got removal. You just don't have a play until turn 3, and you don't have a third land. So in the world where he doesn't get lucky, he gets a little lucky. I was going to say he gets in trouble. And now he's able to deal with whatever Sharky plays on turn 3. I think I'm probably just snapping off Cut Down here because I don't really care that much about it. But then again, Eerie Soul Thunder is one of those cards. I care about protecting the early damage, and being mana efficient. Yeah, I agree. That's probably the play I make there too. He's going to be able to get back the Baloth, but not until turn 5, and I don't really care about that. We see that Sharky sided into the Phyrexian Warhorse. I'm not certain that he put in the white mana to get the most out of that. But Jesse able to slam defenders. He's going to have a little bit of a pretty sweet turn if he can get another land. Turn 4, he goes and picks up, I think he's got a Vine Wall in his deck list. So he goes to grab his Vine Wall to pick up his white mana source to play his Chaplain. So it looks like Jesse might be having a good time. But we see some big pickups from Sharky here. Him able to get out his Tattered Apparition and start to push damage. Honestly, I'm pumping my whole mana stack into that thing to start pushing as much damage as possible. In a 4th land here from Jesse, everything's looking good for him right now. In my opinion, I think he's got the Vine Wall in his deck list. I'm not entirely positive. I can let you all know, actually. He does not have a Vine Wall. Oh, he does. He does have a Vine Wall in his deck list. And I think because of that, I'm probably trying to be mana efficient. He's saying, hey, I can look at the top card of my library and toss it to go find my white mana source. I think I'm looking to guarantee it next. It doesn't guarantee it. There's very high likelihood that I find a white source in the top 6 of my, 28 20, whatever, 28 cards left in my library. I think there's a good chance that you run into one of your white sources off that vine wall. A lot of pressure coming in here. Ooh, it's a tough one to toss. He's probably going to leave it on top. He's going to now do that turn of Sentinel, I have to assume. Chooses not to. He's going to be getting rid of the Tattered Apparition. I think that's an interesting play. He's going to be able to double spell with the Splattered Goblin. I think personally, I'm not like crazy concerned about the Tattered Apparition getting in one more attack. I am more concerned about, like, I want to get my other defender out. I want to find my white source. I want to play my chaplain as soon as possible. That especially because you know it's going to get you 5 birds. Like, that's pretty big game and hard for Sharky to deal with. One second. All right, back into the action. We see an attack coming in from the Warhorse here. Ooh, it's a good block from Jesse. It's kind of calling the bluff of Sharky here. Sure, saying, yeah, sure, if you want to sacrifice one of these dudes to save your Warhorse, like, all more power to you, man. And so that essentially looks like a trade Warhorse, Splatter Goblin for Blight Pile, which I'm not that interested in. So that was probably not a little bit of a misguided attack there from Sharky. Probably. Ooh, he does find the white source, and it looks like everything's looking good for Jesse. This is going to be really hard for Sharky to come back against. Oh, he's not running the Flurfurous Vinyl, which makes a lot more sense. It was in his pile, but he's not running it. So if you don't have access to go find that white source, then it makes a lot more sense why he sequenced the turns the way he did. Does now have 2 separate win cons between the Coral Colony. If he gets another land, oh, well, he needs access to a blue source. So he's not able. Oh, no, he has blue. No, he has green. He does not have a blue source yet. He's not going to be able to get out this Coral Colony, but he is able to slam this Wingmantle Chaplain for 4 birds. Oh, there's the blue source. Goodness gracious. Everything's coming up Millhouse. I think you're still slamming the Chaplain here, but next turn you'll be able to get the colony down as well. This is going to be tough for Sharky. He doesn't have a lot in the hand to currently deal with any of this, and it looks like this might be close to a good game unless we can top deck some really powerful cards for Sharky. Yeah, this black-green deck is a really hard deck to get into if you aren't running a bunch of rares. If you don't have a bunch of rares and mythics, it's actually one that is a little bit underpowered compared to the common and uncommon synergies of other deck archetypes. Black-green just doesn't really get there all that often. Yeah, you get Urborg repossessions. Look, he's getting back a Baloth and a Tattered Apparition. What does that really do? That, forces Jesse to have another piece of removal. The 4/5 doesn't do a whole lot, just gets double blocked. This is interesting. I do like tossing the 3rd blocker in there. It's actually it forces Sharky to potentially have to double sack, which is like really unappealing. Or you can go 1-for-1 Shield Sentinel to Phyrexian Rager. Yeah, it just puts Sharky in a really bad position. He does choose to toss the Abomination. He's going to be able to kill Barricade. This is a 2-for-2, right? 2-for-2 is going to be able to kill the Barricade and the Shield Wall Sentinel. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Duh. He's got 4 health. So he no matter what, he essentially, unfortunately, 2-for-1s himself there. So a couple of rough attack cycles for Sharky there. Probably would have been better to hold some of those guys back on defense. There's going to be a lot of birds coming in here for Jesse. This is going to be looking like he's going to be taking home this win pretty shortly. I'm trying to think. I don't think that Sharky's deck has very many ways to mass remove things. Now he's got the Boar Tuck. He's got double sentries to help block in the air. Yeah, this one might be a little bit tough to fight back from. He was able to eat one of the birds with the sentry able to keep up his Death Toucher. But, you know, with the Shadow Prophecy in hand from Jesse, I think that Sharky's going to have a tough time actually closing out a W here. So you could get lucky if Jesse doesn't really run into any more removal. Well, yeah, never mind there. So say if he doesn't get any more removal, he's not going to be able to attack through all that effectively. But it's a pretty good pickup for ups to get the blue source. Of course, that makes sense. Get a second blue source, so he's able to play the Frost Strider. And I think he's able to kick the Pixie here. Oh, he opts to play the Academy Wall. I think I'm interested in keeping the Pixie until I could get the 3/3 in the air is just a much stronger body. Crazy board state over here from Jesse.exe. Another Sentry coming down for Sharky, so Sharky's going to be able to put up a fight. Yeah, I think that makes sense just to do a little chump blocking there. He's got 7 mana, so you know you could have pumped him 3 times. It may have been worth it there to toss the birds at 5 of them and force him to full pump, because you know that waiting in the wings is your 3/3 Pixie Illusionist. You have removal in hand. You have good ground blockers. So getting rid of your opponent's biggest threat, like using your 1/1 flyers as removal, is pretty okay in my opinion. So the problem here is I'm sure Sharky sees the Chaplain as like an enticing threat that Terra Sunder could get rid of. What he really needs to get rid of is this Coral Colony. This Coral Colony is about to mill him 5 cards a turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards a turn. Like he's literally on a 3-turn clock right now. With the Coral Colony alone. So that if he doesn't notice that from last game's results, then that might put him in a position where he's going to lose if he doesn't realize that he has to get rid of this Coral Colony. He'll be able to do it in response to Jesse's activation, but that Coral Colony has got to die. The sentries with reach here just absolutely huge. This is, you did see the Terra Sunder if you're Jesse in game 1. So you do know that one of the cards in his hand could be Terra Sunder. So that makes it more enticing to block with multiple guys while you still can. I think I'm doing that. I think I want to use instead of chump blocking, he's saying I'm going to wait him out and I'm going to Coral Colony him to death. He actually can't even do it this turn. Doesn't have mana available. Oh, he does have the mana available. Sorry, did not see that. Yeah, it's just looking like Sharky agrees. Time to kill that Coral Colony. This is how I'm going to lose. And now the chump blocking looks pretty bad for Jesse because he doesn't have a way. He could throw the Pixie Illusionist as well as the 1/1s at the Tattered Apparition next turn, but he might be in a little bit of tough shape here. He does have the Extinguish the Light to get rid of it. And then Sharky doesn't have an aggressive threat anymore. Do I let this attack? Yeah, it forces him to use Extinguish here. Or maybe he didn't realize that the sentries had reach. Yeah, that forces him to use the Extinguish on the 4/4 or toss there. I don't think he wanted to do either of those things. I think he didn't realize that the Magnagoths have reach. One of those sneaky things, one of the jokes in the old formats was like, oh, that red card has reach. Like the Ogre from War of the Spark, that was a 4/3 with reach. I think I had to get got by that at least 2 or 3 times before I was like, that card has reach. Stop throwing your flyers and do it for free. I think that could have maybe just happened right there. Just because the sequence he was able to get of sacking, drawing a card, getting his Cold Conscript, I could totally see that being more intentional and just being like, hey, I'm going to refill my hand here. I also understand if that was possibly a mistake. Ops do not block. And the full pump coming from Sharky. Sharky's saying, I want to end this game, and I want to end it now. Ooh, Pack Negotiators. That is essentially a hard counter for 1 and a blue. He does have the blue mana to leave it open for whatever spell Sharky chooses to play. If he kicks the Illusionist, he's not going to have access to that anymore. I think I am not swinging through. You're really just trying to win with this Coral Colony. A land is not going to help Sharky that much. If he slams his Baloth, that's an easy counter. It's an easy counter, but you don't get a chance to mill. So I think you have to kick counter. But I do think that the mill is how you're winning this game. Really pretty absurd board state for Jesse here. He's going to be able to control a lot of these matchups. If he doesn't get steamrolled early, he's going to be able to do this to a lot of his opponents, and this seems like a bad time. Losing to the Chaplain and the Coral Colony sounds like a painful way to go. All right. Yeah, I definitely, with Urg on the battlefield, steadily getting bigger with, so many ways to continue to draw through his deck. He's got the Eerie Soul Tender in the graveyard to get back whatever threat he wants. Honestly, there's a world where he could toss the Chaplain, get it back with the Eerie Soul Tender, and then replay it to get more guys in the air. There's a bunch of lines here that are pretty powerful for Jesse. Whereas Sharky is, out of cards. He's sitting on a Soul Tender in his graveyard. He's going to be able to get a trade here, which is going to be nice. I think this is probably best case scenario for Sharky, because he really wants to get rid of Jesse's ability to gain life and have card selection off the top. Now, Urg is surprisingly, I think Urg was maybe undervalued early in the format, but the card selection off the top, it's essentially a surveil one each turn, a life-gaining resource, and it's a threat in the late game that just gets huge. It's like, oh, okay, this is... He powers himself up by being able to sack the lands. Like, Urg is really good. He looks pretty inconspicuous, like at the beginning of the format, but it's just one of those cards that has gone up and up, for me at least, over the course of the format. Going to be able to get out a Kicked Pixie here. Also hold up mana for either Extinguish or Eerie. Okay, he opts to play both Extinguish and Eerie. I can't tell if there's another land behind the camera there. There might be, though. I think there is. The no block here is interesting. I think he's just planning on extinguishing it once he gets the full pump in, which would make sense. It would be smart of Sharky to leave up the sack mana if he foresees that his opponent could have the extinguishing him. He doesn't see it. He does know that Sharky is out of cards. He's hell-bent. He doesn't care if he gets in that last pump. He knows that he can no longer sacrifice it to the Gibbering Barricade and fires it off. All right, not a bad play. I like that he's able to get back his Urg here. Definitely interested in that. Oh, does he want another flying threat? Interesting. He's saying, all right, you deal with my 2 3/3s. But again, he's got the Magnagoths, which have the have reach. I do think Urg was maybe a more interesting selection there, potentially. I think he could maybe just be forgetting these Magnagoth Sentries have reach. Yeah, I think I was interested in getting Urg out there just because it's a 5/5, right? So no matter what, I know it eats one of these Sentries. Able to get a good amount of damage in here. I see merit to... I like, if I'm Jesse, like, I really need to mill out my opponent. That's my #1 priority right now. That Battle Rage Blessing is actually going to come in handy. for Sharky. I'm not sure how Sharky wins this, but it's not also clear yet, other than milling, how he loses. I think it's also potential. There's potential he's waiting to cast the Eerie Soul Tender for the next mill from the Coral Colony to get back like a Bortuk and give himself a little bit more, a few more options to actually be able to close out the game. Because right now Sharky is just like staying alive. He's not like he's he's not thriving. He's just like surviving. It's like many of us during COVID, feeling pretty locked up and not doing anything too fun. But there's a world. There's a sequence where the Bortuk can lead to, a big threat. Oh, okay. So I did not see a mill there from. Oh, does he not have the Coral Colony out? I keep saying he's got a mill. Sorry, it's a pretty small screen we're checking out. The Academy wall does not mill. He does not have the Coral Colony right now to be able to mill. So that makes a lot more sense why he's not milling. Well, in that case, I probably would have played the second Pixie Illusionist last turn rather than just keeping it in hand. I think he's maybe keeping it as a potential discard option for the Academy wall, but I think I'd rather have the threat, the flying threat there to try and close the game out. I also, last turn, maybe would have tossed the Cold Conscript to the Barricade to draw some more cards. I think that ideally Jesse's trying to find ways to win the game, to close it out before Sharky can find any type of resource to survive any longer. Yeah, I'm just to get back to Tattered Apparition. And again, honestly, I'm not too afraid of the Apparition. He's also slamming all these lands, and I think that maybe I'm keeping them in hand as like a potential. I like that to be able to pump as many times as you need to, but I think there's some merit to potentially holding up like a bluff for your opponent. Oh, he gets rid of the Chaplain. Very spicy toss here. I think I'm more inclined to toss this Cult Conscript. He's going to be able to actually sack the Cult Conscript to get rid of the Tattered Apparition. Yeah, I'd probably get rid of Tattered Apparition, and then he's going to be able to get the Cult Conscript back because the Chaplain died. So that's pretty nice. Oh, target, no. Target, no. Oh, God. No. Oh, yeah, oh, gosh. Target his guy. Yeah, the sacrifice comes second, right? So you're choosing the target creature that you're getting rid of. Maybe he's having some issues with the client, but it looks like he was maybe potentially lagging a little bit there. He's got the land able to. Oof, that's a rough Battle Rage Blessing for Jesse. It's going to be able to block the removal spell. He is able to get a really cheap Writhing Necromass out, which is going to be maybe a way that he wins this game. Able to toss a land, hanging on to the other land for potential fodder in the future. Oh, well, no, he decides to play it out. Probably would have hung on to that in case we got another instant or sorcery that we could toss to our Academy wall. This maybe potentially looks like it's slipping through Jesse's fingers. If he swings out here, again, the Magnagoth just gets to eat for free. And so does the Tattered Apparition. Okay, a couple of slight misplays here from Jesse. I am getting a feeling that he might be a little tilted with a couple of slight misplays here of just throwing away his flyers. Especially as he saw that coming. There's a world where he maybe should have been sacking them, but I actually don't think he has black mana right now. He's going to chump here. He's going to be able to swing in next turn. If he blocks, yeah, Sharky is actually able to get this out of killing range. He's maybe just looking to get 2 cards here, find himself a removal spell. Yeah, he's going to be able to pump it for 6 additional damage. He's going to get down to 3 here if he leaves it unblocked. We'll see what he actually ends up deciding. Yeah, so he is going to go with the full pump. He's going to be able to get an 8 damage here. He's going to put his opponent down to 3. Jesse.exe seeing the win slip between his fingers. Can he close this out now? 4-4 blocks the 3-2. 2-4 blocks the 5-5. No, there's still a chumper for the Tattered Apparition. Okay, so let's switch it. 4-4 blocks the 3-2 for sure. 2-4 blocks the 2-1. Go down to 3. How much do I care about that? I can't kill the Writhing Necromass this turn unless I double block. I'm going to let the 5 through. I'll let the 5 through. I'm 2-4 to 2-1. He gets to get back the Cult Conscript tapped. I actually am probably sacrificing my Cult Conscript to my Gibbering Barricade. Oh, he lets in 7. Decides not to risk the barricade. And Jesse rips off the top, the Herd Migration. Just the grossest pull ever. Oh, he could have tossed the land to the Academy wall, but he opts not to. The Toxic Abomination cannot be played or it represents lethal for Sharky. Oh, this might be a I give up attack from Sharky. Really crazy game. Some lucky top decks from both sides. Really well navigated by Sharky to try and get this W. It's definitely a tough match here. I think maybe if that was your option, he does not have trample, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, really close match. Fun to watch. There was a world where should have done the sack before the attack to be able to potentially remove the flyer, and then he had lethal. But that was a lot of fun to watch. We're going to be able to see Jesse.exe get this W coming up here shortly. Great match win. Sharky does concede, and a ton of fun. First round, a lot of action. We're going to take you over to our bracket shortly. We're actually going to take a quick 2-minute break. Actually, less than 5. We'll be right back with the next round's action. All right, we are sticking here with Jesse.exe's control deck against fan favorite Amphibicopter. Let me take a quick peek at what he's running so that you guys can have a better idea on the decks that are going head to head. All right, so it looks like Amphibicopter's actually on a blue-red tempo deck versus Jesse's kind of multicolored, 4-colored, Esper-ish control deck. So Amphibicopter is really going to be looking to get out to a fast start against Jesse. I think in all of the matches going to be trying to push that aggressive tempo. But it looks like Jesse is the aggressor to start. Pretty decent hand. He's got a 2 into 3 if he wants it. I think I am looking to kind of push that tempo and go 2 into 3 if possible, especially when my opponent starts with just the Illusionist. Three-mana Shadow Prophecy to grab the Coral Colony and land. Definitely solid. Not a bad turn 3. All right, so we see the Soaring Drake coming down. Amphibicopters are going to be able to put some aggression down in the skies. It's going to be able to turn 4, hold up his Essence Scatter. Maria Outrider turn 5 or Jaya's Firenado. that Essence Scatter is going to actually wind up being pretty impactful for Amphibicopter if he's able to land it on the Coral Colony. Now, this is an open deckless tournament, so Amphibicopter does know the main threats he's trying to hold his Essence Scatter for. And we are going to see this Essence Scatter come down the Coral Colony from Amphibicopter. If he sees it as a threat, it is literally one of Jesse's win cons and maybe one of his strongest win cons given the composure of his deck. But he is going to snap up that Essence Scatter on the Coral Colony, removing it for the better. I like this attack from Jesse. No block from Amphibicopter. I probably would take that trade. He does have a Writhing Necromask and a Shield Wall Sentinel to go get back. Big attack here from Amphibicopter. I really like this aggression. This Marius Outrider could potentially just be lethal out of nowhere. This Urborg repossession to get back his Shield Wall Sentinel is going to be huge. Oh, and he chooses to use the Extinguish the Light. If he attacks here, is that... No. The gaining 3 life here is pretty powerful. It stabilizes him really nicely. It's not going to put him in any kind of perilous situation. Amphibicopter getting another Essence Scatter off the top. He doesn't know that he's safe to play the rear Outrider, but I agree that kind of getting this board presence, kind of trying to push damage is a pretty important moment here. I'm in. I like this attack. I like that he's trying to keep his own tempo game going. The draw from Amphibicopter is dead with another land coming in. As far as draw is concerned, he does have a Haughty Djinn. He's able to get Squee if he gets a little bit lucky. His 3 and 4 slot is a little bit lacking, so when he gets to this point in the match, it becomes a little bit more challenging. He does have a Molten Monstrosity that can be potentially pretty impactful. Oh, and he does draw the Haughty Djinn. The 5/4 flyer could end the game here unless Jesse can go get back something that will help him out. The Sentinel into getting his the Chaplet could be a decent defense. He could also just look to push back with the Writhing Necromancing. I think he can cast it this turn, which he can cast this turn. Ooh, Thrill is an excellent draw here. Only 1 mana with the reduction from the Haughty Djinn. Oh, into a Balmor and a Shore Up. This could be game for Amphibicopter if he's able to push here. Going to be able to dodge any removal. Oh, gosh. That actually, that represents lethal next turn for... Oh, the Herb Tribute to Urborg is going to kick it. He's going to be able to Shore Up. It's beautiful. He almost certainly is going to kick the Tribute to Urborg, trying to kill this Haughty Djinn. He could wait. It would be definitely some good discipline to wait and try and do that on your opponent's like next turn, like in their pre-combat phase. Ooh, this impulse. This impulse actually represents on-board lethal. So then now there's no reason. There's not no reason, but you're probably more inclined if you're in Jesse's position to fire it off now. Like, oh crap. Or like as soon as he declares attackers, no matter what, this is probably because of the trample going to be lethal. And a negate. Oh boy, Amphibicopter is well positioned to end this game right now. He's got lethal on the board. The shore up is going to be able to save his Haughty Djinn. He can also just negate it, which I like a lot. Yep. The additional pump from the negate. And that is game one going to Amphibicopter with his blue-red tempo deck, taking down Jesse's Esper 4-color multicolored control deck. Thank you, Reflexy, for the extremely disturbing comment, but agreed. That was excellent play from Amphibicopter. A lot of fun to kind of see him close out that first game with his Is It aggro Balmor. He's got Balmor, he's got Squeeze, he's got a Haughty Djinn, he's got a Marius Outrider, double shore up to protect his bombs. A couple of pieces of somewhat clunky removal, but if they're just clearing the way for his flyers to get in, he's going to be well positioned to win this match. You know, I think an interesting include, knowing how much removal Jesse's deck has, is actually another negate potentially. In the Flowstone Kavu, I think he may have just taken that out, but I am interested in that because it forces the double blocks. It actually stacks up pretty poorly against like multiple gibbering barricades. It's still just a 1-for-1. So I can see why he maybe took that out there. But I think that this is a very strong, solid matchup for Jesse and Amphibicopter. I think Amphibicopter, if he gets a good draw, can take home a W. But this is an incredible opening hand from Jesse. The on the play, landing the Coral Colony, could be a huge problem for Amphibicopter. I'm almost certainly getting out the geothermal bog here. Increase our domain count, leave open a mill. Kind of force our opponent to waste their turn too, holding up a counter magic. Yeah. Unfortunately, this is really going to get Amphibicopter because it's going to be able to slam the Chaplain, and that's going to be a big problem. Now he gets to hold up Essence Scatter essentially for the rest of the game, but he didn't have access to it when it was most important to him. I do like Twinferno, especially in this deck, especially in a deck like this where you can get Balmor pumping up your whole team. You get Trample, you get the double strike, it just becomes pretty powerful. Oh, the side into the smash to dust for the defenders that he saw. I love it. Good tech there from Amphibicopter. Going to open up another piece of removal for some of Jesse's biggest threats. No, and he decides to Twinferno it to be able to get rid of both of his blockers. I mean, both of his defenders. Wow. Wow. You love to see it. That's just a pretty crazy tech. It's still a 2-for-2, right? But and like little does Amphibicopter know he's going to be able to reposition them both back next turn. But it does look exciting in the moment if you're Amphibicopter, like, oh nice, I get to get rid of everything on the board. Oh, Jesse does not have access to green. He has no pixies. He has no green mana. Oh, a bit of a blowout here. 2-for-1 for Jesse against Amphibicopter, and Amphibicopter is just sitting on interaction here. Picks up another land. Leaves open the Essence Scatter. Little does he know. Little doesn't. Oh, the Herd Migration and essentially a full counterspell. That's probably going to do it for game 2 for Jesse here. One more mana. Oh, yeah. You get this out now. You get to hold up the pact negotiation. I probably would have held up the pact of whatever that was called, the 2-mana counterspell. Would have held onto that to pick it and not play the Pixie that turn. I don't know if I really care about a 1/1 Pixie. It's going to be a nice little piece of removal for one of these 1/1 birds coming out. Big attacks coming in from Jesse. Amphibicopter, unfortunately, didn't have well enough timed Essence Scatters to kind of stop the onslaught. He scries 1. He puts it on top, so he does like it. Probably some kind of creature that helps him deal with it. Black manas are both on top for Jesse. He's able to get out his Herd Migration. Oh, he chooses not to. He chooses to attack with his Pixie here. This is totally fine. I think that maybe the line that guarantees the win, especially with knowing that there's 1 mana up, is using your Pixie to play the Herd Migration there. But no matter what, Jesse takes game 2. And we are headed to a rapid game 3. So that was a lot of fun. Now we get to see Jesse's point of view as he's going through his sideboards. I am interested, if I'm Jesse, in 1 or 2 of these Soaring Drakes, knowing how many flying threats my opponent has, and the fact that I'm really looking to get to the late game. I'm really looking to get to the late game. I really care about kind of enacting my mill game plan or winning through attrition. Amphibicopter's looking to crush early. These Pixies have been fine. Yeah, I think there's maybe some changes I would make there to shore up my early game. But yeah, this is definitely an interesting matchup so far. Amphibicopter was able to top deck, wins a game 1. Ooh, this is a rough keep for Amphibicopter. I don't know if I'm really interested in keeping this hand. This is takes a really difficult mold though, because you got to get a little lucky in your first 2 draws and get yourself to your 3rd mana. We'll see if it happens. All right, switching back to Jesse's point of view. Like the seasoned veteran he is, he's able to find his mountain right off the top, and this could be a good sign for Amphibicopter. I think I am looking to swing in here and play land attack. If you would like to trade, I'm interested in that trade. Interesting. No attack here from Amphibicopter. I think I would have liked to potentially push and then play my Soaring Drake instead of leaving the single mana open. I don't know how much I care about. I wanted to develop the board with something that can begin attacking. That's the thought there. Rather than hold up the bounce that I don't necessarily care all too much about. He does have access to black mana through his Geothermal Bog. I don't think he has any Pixies, so it looks like there might be a couple of ways to play out the Vortex as a true removal spell if he gets a little lucky. He goes for the bounce here. I like it. Oh, and then he's going to swing. Oh, yeah, absolutely. He goes for the block. You play the Thrill. Beautiful. I toss the Drake. Yep, I'm all for this. I love this line. I think this line makes a ton of sense. Oh, he tosses the Maria's Outrider. I do not know that I would have done that, but I do like it. I think the 4/4 body there is big enough that it's super duper threatening for our opponents. So I think it would have been interesting hanging on to that guy. Getting out, oh, if you get the land, you get the double spell. Yeah, he sees it too. He's going to be able to get out the Drake. Yep, I'm okay with this. Leave up Essence Scatter. Oh, great draw from Jesse here with the Herd Migration coming off the top. Has the 6th land in hand. Just needs 1 more mana to get there. I'm probably playing the Strider, but running it into. Honestly, like, yeah, that's what I would have done too. I would have said, hey, I want to be mana efficient. I'm going to play my Strider. I'm going to slow down their onslaught. This Essence Scatter really puts, and the Jaya's Fire NATO really puts Amphibicopter in the driver's seat here. He's going to be able to what? Giant's Fire NATO, the 6 mana coming down for the 7th mana being drawn for Jesse. Did not see what it looks like on top is a gibbering barricade. I think do you fire off this Giant's Fire NATO push for 5, put him down to 6? You gotta play, actually you don't have to play the land. He decides just to swing for 2. I think that is fine. I think I'm also interested in maybe saving the Fire NATO for a more impactful threat. That's rough. It's going to be, ooh. Yeah, I think I'm way more interested in playing this Herd Migration than a single cut down right now. Opts to play nothing. I think that's Tangled Islet, so he does have access to green to be able to play the Herd Migration. And he's not going to be able to counter it. So that Soaring Drake is going to survive. Really great draw from Amphibicopter here. It looks like Jesse might be losing a little bit of valuable time. He's going to be able to kick tribute the Soaring Drake here. But again, I think I want to be more mana efficient and land my Herd Migration as soon as possible. I get that what he's trying to do is leave open mana for the counter, but with only 1 creature on the battlefield, it's only going to cost an additional 1 to be able to. The shore up's going to be pretty important here. He can't escape. Yeah. Oh, is this? It's not lethal. No. So you got to pay 2 extra. He's still going to be able to get there. I think I just pay the 2. Yeah. So that still puts Jesse in a tough spot. I think I would rather have had 4 3/3s on the board just to act as board stalls and, miss out on a turn of countering. And then the Protect the Negotiators. That's what it is. Then the Protect the Negotiators becomes infinitely more powerful because it becomes like a true counter spell. But still a good position right now. He's going to be able to negate and a shore up. It's not going to get him there. He's going to need to draw his Balmor or his Haughty Djinn in order to be able to close out this game. And he gets to negate a turn too late for the Herd Migration, so he hits him with a nice. I feel the frustration there. Oh, goodness. Tala's Lookout is going to be able to start reversing the pressure in favor of Jesse. Jesse decides to go for a small attack here, just attacking with the 2. Big top deck, medium top deck. Essence Scatter's fine. The Extinguish is actually a pretty good pickup for Jesse. Little does he know, Amphibicopter's sitting on the answer. Yeah, I think you gotta, if you are Jesse, interesting. He decides not to. I think I'm probably attacking with 1 more as well. I'm just looking to kind of put myself in a position to make sure that I close it out next game no matter what. Battlewing Mystic, unfortunately, right now is not a great draw. Oh, he baits out the Extinguish with the shore up. I love it. He's going to be able to really swing in for a lot of damage here. He's going to be able to attack and get a double trade. He's for 2 lands. Brutal. You got to block. I think that's what I do. You want to protect your life total at all costs here. He chooses for the single block. Oh, I thought I was under the impression the amplifiers had trample. They do not. That's going to be game, and that's going to be match to Jesse.exe. Really good play. We're going to take ourselves back to the bracket right now and check out what's going on with the rest of our competitors. So we see that in the first match, Trisky took down the Elk Speaks, and then Lab Goat, who got the first round bye, takes down Trisky. Jesse, who we just saw, was able to take down Amphibicopter. He'll be moving on to the winners bracket quarterfinals, or excuse me, winners bracket semifinals. Let's see, quick scroll. Yeah, winners bracket semifinals to face Lab Goat. Very exciting. Good for Jesse. Good luck to them. Captain Raffi has been steamrolling through. Oh, no. Okay, so he wins the first round, 2-0 against Trescio. Loses round 2 to Catharsis. Catharsis taking on Archmaster in the winners bracket semifinals. So we see Springbok taken down by Rhinoceros Rex 2-0, then Archmaster taking down Springbok 2-0. So a lot of interesting matches to start. A lot of people moving through the bracket. Been a ton of fun to kind of watch everyone play so far, and I hope all our competitors are having a good time. So we think everyone's moving through pretty quickly. And if anyone has never heard of us or doesn't know what Esporter does, so what we do is we essentially run video game rec leagues. And what you're watching right now is the Dominaria United Limited Split Championship. What's a split? It's kind of like a rec league. It's kind of like a master class. It's kind of like a tournament, but it's all fun. So for anyone who isn't aware, over the past month, our participants have mastered Dominaria United Limited with the help of our pro coaches, Alex Corticals Nikolic, and one of the greatest all time, Seth Manfield. They got to review different deck archetypes, gameplay reviews, sealed deck techs, draft log reviews, got to do weekly scrimmages, and customized feedback from their pro coaches. And then they also get to compete in this final tournament for prizes. If you're interested, come check out what we've got going on. It's esporter.win. It's 4 weeks of coaching, in-pod drafts and scrimmages, office hours for deck techs, and for individual feedback and reviews. And it's a ton of fun. So if you want to come check out what we've got going on, definitely join us. Esporter.win. You can come join our Discord if you want to chat with any of the people in our community who are a part of what we've got going on here. Great. So let's do a quick refresh on the bracket and see if there are any changes. We've got Jesse moving on here, taking on Lab Goat Catharsis, taking on Archmaster. And then we've got our guys working through the losers bracket to see if they can fight back for that final spot against the ultimate champion. So we got a bunch of matches left today, probably another 2.5 hours left of gameplay. Ton of fun things to watch for the rest of this afternoon. So we're setting up our next couple of matches right now, and we're probably going to toss you into the action shortly. In the meantime, we're going to take a very quick 2-minute intermission, and we will be right back. All righty, we are continuing along with the winners bracket to check out Archmaster and Catharsis. Really exciting. A lot of really good gameplay so far today. Apologies. All right, let's check out what we got going on here. So, looks like we got a Windgrace in hand from Archmaster here. Let's take a peek at what kind of spice he was able to build with his deck. So it looks like, as I take a quick peek at it, he's got a Soul of Windgrace. He's got a couple of interesting red-green, kind of a red-green-white build here. We've got Goblin Picker, Double Root Wallas, some salvaged Mana Workers, Destroy Evil, Lightning Strike, Terra Sunder. Double Maria, which is pretty interesting with the rest of the legendary suite he has, which is Rulik Mons, Rada, Niall, and Soul of Windgrace. So I am excited to see what goes down here. He's running some fixings. 3 slot is a little bit weak. He's got Elvish Hydromancer, Hexbane Tortoise, and then a Herd Migration at the top of his curve here. So it looks like Archmaster is kind of sitting on a deck full of bombs, and he was able to draft a fair amount of land fixing as well. So it seems like he's going to be in a pretty good position to cast a lot of the bombs that he actually was able to draft. Maria, although she's not that good, she is at least a 3-mana 3/3, which in this format is pretty fine. It's like not awful. She's got some upside if you're able to find some combos with her. Bite down, taking out Maria. I think I'm interested in getting out my other Maria. Should be as mana efficient as possible. There's also a world where you leave up in the Sunbathing Rootwalla to be a blocker next turn. But the concern there is that it only takes a single piece of removal for your opponent to blow you out. With 3 unknowns, I think I'm a little concerned about that. But I actually agree with this play, just to kind of sit back and kind of protect my life total until I can get out more things next turn. Next turn, if I draw a land off the top, I'm at least able to play Goblin Picker into holding up Sunbathing Rootwalla. Rudy. Yeah, see, and it turns up getting hit for 8 into just getting hit for 2, and it's a lot less scary. But this Captain's Call could potentially, get powered up by like a heroic charge, and then all of a sudden, Archmaster's in a lot of trouble. Here, I think it makes a lot of sense to double spell. I think continuing just to hold up your activation on Rudy doesn't do enough. I think as your opponent continues to go wide like this, you need to present at least some additional blockers. Niall, yeah, she blocks the flyer. She actually blocks the rest of the board pretty well, too. I think you're just more interested with trying to catch up a little bit going wide here, because you essentially just lost your turn 4 to potential to the holding up the activation for Rudy. But I think that, yeah, this is definitely the best play of extending the board. Can he draw the charge for the W? And he gets a land. No charge today. Just to swing in with the Mesa Cavalier. Rulik Mons is a pretty interesting pickup. I think I do want to get out my Molten Monstrosity because it allows me to begin pushing back. Niall is also interesting too because she acts as a blocker, and she's also a good attacker who helps us start to find what we need to like go cast Soul of Windgrace or just kind of slow the game a little bit. Like our opponent Catharsis here came out guns blazing. It's going to be a huge banality. Oh, he doesn't have the black. He doesn't have the black to activate the actual kicker cost. So no sacrificing is happening, which is absolutely fantastic for Archmaster here. The swing out is, yeah, it's definitely not the play here. I could see a discard of the Rulik Mons here. Maybe the Soul of the Windgrace, you can't cast it. If you get that black mana, you will be very upset. Yeah, he decides to just be patient. Now he does have the opportunity to toss that mountain. He doesn't really need a 6th mountain. He can cast the monstrosity with what's on the board already. And honestly, that's probably what I do just to get another. Okay, so he swings in with Niall first, give him a little bit of card selection off the top. Let's see what he gets. The Herd Migration. Herd Migration is probably going to land on top. Does require him to hang on to more of his lands. That means he's probably going to want to play this mountain. He agrees, and I think, yep, you play the Molten Monstrosity here. I actually think there's a world where you play the Molten Monstrosity. Yeah, I get that. He played Rulik Mons instead. I was going to say you play the Molten Monstrosity and you toss Rulik Mons. That's what I was going to say. Just to get to a land next turn to be able to cast your Herd Migration. That's kind of the line I would take there, because then your opponent being so wide with 1/1s doesn't mean a thing when you're just as wide with 3/3s. Okay. Archer's deck does seem a little bit absurd. We will check it out in the in-between. Springbok, he does seem to have a lot of legendaries to be able to make the most of I think it's Mario's tap and untap legendary, I think. I need to double check that. I just haven't played with her that much, but I do think, yeah, his deck with the Soul of the Windgrace with some of the really powerful cards that he has seems pretty dang good. Tap, untap non-token artifact you control. Tap 2 untap non-token artifacts you control. Exile the top card of your library. You may play it this turn. So it's non-token artifacts. I do think he has 2 salvaged mana workers. I'm not positive he's playing them, but I think he does have some things to potentially combo with Maria, or just a 3-mana 3/3. And that's Soul Windgrace for anyone who doesn't know. It's 1 black, red, green, 5/4 Whenever Soul of Windgrace enters the battlefield or attacks, you may put a land card from your graveyard onto the battlefield tapped. Pay green, discard a land card, you gain 3 life. 1 in a red, discard a land card, draw a card. 2 in a black, discard a land card. Soul of Windgrace gains indestructible until the end of turn, tap it. So we see a big attack out here from Catharsis, trying to close out the game. He's going to have Archer is going to still have a Sky Blocker if he chooses to hold it up. Trying to push back, getting the Root Wallet. And this heroic charge might be game. He's going to be able to at least kill Niall and get through 1 point of damage. This is definitely a swing out moment, but Archer is able to block all. Okay. A little risky in my opinion because it allows Archmaster to go find more outs. He's going to have 4 from the Jodas Codex for the domain count. So he's able to get it down to 1 to draw a card, and this could be a huge problem for Andy, this attack. He's going to opt to, this pump here allows him to play the Bolton Monstrosity, which is, I like this play a lot. And it sets Andy up to potentially fight back with lethal. This is not lethal for Catharsis. This could be game for Archmaster. Oh, no swing from Catharsis. Could be game here. It's going to be an attack all from Andy, from Archmaster, excuse me. Is it going to be an attack all? We'll see. The attack all does set Archer. Yep, you got to attack all. You got to go for the W here. And then Catharsis has to, he says I fold. Wow. Crazy first game. That was wild. That was a lot of fun. Archmaster's deck, obviously extremely strong. Catharsis has a really fun build as well. I think that where could he maybe find a line here? Where could he get a little bit of help? He's obviously very aggressive. We switch over to Archmaster for a second. We see he's got an extremely powerful deck. He's got the double salvage mana workers, the Codex, the Librarian, all to work with Maria, as well as the 1-mana land spell. Do not know the name of it. A lot of things to combo with Maria here. Really interesting build. The double Root Walla. He's got the Soul of Windgrace. He's got the Elvish Hydromancer. He's got a lot of cards here that are just high quality cards that do a lot for him. His 4 slot filled with his legendaries in the Coalition Warbrute. He's going to be able to Rada, Soul of Windgrace, Niall. You can tell he's got just a really, really solid deck built around some domain payoffs. Cut Slimefoot's Survey, which I think makes some sense based on how many tap lands he has. Slimefoot doesn't really do a whole lot for him. And we are headed into game 2. Catharsis is going to choose to be on the play here. Rough hand to start to play with, but you've got a 3 into a 4. I think you're probably keeping this any day of the week. And he opens up with 3 of his 5 colors. He's got a 2-drop. I think this is an easy keep. Draws into his 4th color. Easy. I like this thrill here. Toss one of your greens. Yep. Wow. Here we go. We're going to see a turn 4. Soul of Windgrace come down. Archmaster might be sprinting away with this. Especially with no way for Catharsis currently to deal with the Soul. He's going to be able to play the land from his graveyard as well, off of Soul of Windgrace, enter the battlefield ability, and the Thrill of Possibility. You got to respect the combo. when everything just kind of falls into line so nicely. Obviously set up by Archmaster here, but you love to see such efficiency, clinical execution. Catharsis here with the opportunity to tap, to tap the 2/3 and then use his bite down in order to get rid of the Soul of the Windgrace. He does do just that. He uses the bite down to get rid of the Soul of the Windgrace. Really not even that was rough for Archmaster, but there was a lot that had to get set up and used in order for that to actually work. And he's still got a decent number of threats in hand at the moment. I don't mind opting to smooth out potential draws next turn by just fishing a land out of the deck. It's going to be okay. So Catharsis opts not to flash in the Cleaving Skyrider, even though he doesn't have access to the kicker cost. The Weatherseed Treaty was a good draw for him because it is going to give him access to red. But I think maybe, probably not. You have to get rid of the Snare Spinner before it makes sense to actually go ahead and play this Cleaving Skyrider. And I think at this point you need to use it as removal as well. Does go find himself a red source. Yeah, another pump to the Argivian Skyrider. I'm here. I think I might be trading Rada with the Cavalier. Able to nab a land. Puts a couple of powerful cards at the bottom, which isn't great, but at least you get the land. Doesn't seem like you can submit 0. It doesn't seem like it's a May. It seems like if you see one of the lands, you have to take it, at least, because it doesn't give you the option to submit 0. Which I haven't played with this tablet yet. I'm probably blocking here with Rada, looking to protect my life total as much as possible. Yeah, and Archer agrees. Archmaster agrees. And I think he's positioning himself to still be on the offensive. So I like what he's doing here to actually push some damage and put himself in a position to win this game. I think as long as he can prevent anything from Catharsis from snowballing out of control, he's in a good position to not lose this game. But land after land off the top is definitely going to be a problem unless he can get to either his codex or something else that gives him better access to the impactful cards in his deck that he needs to get to. He also knows now that he put 4 pretty juicy cards on the bottom in a Rudy, the Niall, the Rulik Mons. So there's a lot of cards at the bottom that he was looking to play. And he takes the Codex off the top, slams it for the draw. He's going to be able to get the draws for 1. Does want to play the land beforehand to give himself access to more colors. Yeah, leaves access to all of his colors just in case whenever he gets off the top, he should be able to get it. It's only his main colors, red, green, white. Too good. Too good. You love to see it. You love to see the efficiency, the completely tapped mana. All good things. With the attack with the monstrosity is a little risky, but I don't hate it. This attack all is going to allow a kicked Skyrider to kill the Maria, but on the flip side, you can just Citizen's Arrest the monstrosity, and all of a sudden you win in 2 turns, because you swing with just the 1, you put him down to 5. This turn, you get rid of the monstrosity. The next turn, you swing with everything, you cleaving Skyrider, the Maria, and you have lethal. That's 5 in the air. Next turn, you put him down to 4 right now. He's able to block the 3/2. Yeah, I think swinging out here and playing the Skyrider is fine for me. I do think I would have been interested in the other line more, in the Citizen's Arrest and the Skyrider to kill Maria next turn. So Citizen's Arresting the monstrosity, just attacking with the 5/6. If he chumps, whatever. If he doesn't, he goes on 4. Yeah, I don't like hate this line. I think I would have just preferred this line. Next, oh, he does it to the face for lethal. Oh my goodness, I forgot it was any target. Wow, great play, Catharsis. That was incredible. I think that Andy not blocking the 6/5 there was actually a bit of a mistake. Probably needed to chump block the snare spinner into the 6/7, but that was incredible. Look at out of nowhere, Archmaster probably kicking himself after that one. That was a ton of fun to see that that win at the last second. That was a really great find by by Catharsis here. It was a really good match between 2 obviously very skilled players. People finding lines where maybe there weren't lines, and I think attacking as he did there was probably Catharsis's one of his few outs. I do think the other line could have worked as well, but whenever you can find lethal, if you can not miss it, you can get it on that turn, it's always better. So we get to see a little bit of sideboarding here coming from this is Archmaster's side. He's got a very strong deck. You can see him putting in another just a good 4-drop to be able to impact the board a bit earlier. Takes out one of the artillery blasts. That makes sense. He doesn't really care about the single attacker there. He is, when Catharsis is going as wide as he is, it doesn't really matter to have an artillery blast to get rid of like a 1/1 or something relatively inconsequential. He needs to be able to kind of protect the board and deal with. Ooh, not a bad hand to start for Archmaster here. He needs to be able to kind of just flood the board himself. And gets the salvage mana worker out there. We do see a fast start from Catharsis here as well. He's going to be able to go the Brawler into the either Cavalier or Mesa Cavalier. And I do want to do a quick introduction for one of this split's coaches, Seth Manfield. Seth, welcome. How's it going?
Hey, Michael. Good. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, thanks again for joining.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are pretty deep. We are right now watching one of the winners semifinals matches. And we see Archmaster here. We're watching from his point of view on a white, green, red base, kind of domain-esque deck that is taking advantage of a bunch of legendaries, just good card quality. He's got Solar Windgrace in here. He's got a Rulik Mons, a Niall, a Rada, a couple of Rudies at 2 to kind of push early damage, and just like a pretty nicely constructed mana base with about 7 duels. So he's got a good deck against a pretty streamlined white-green aggro deck here. So we've been seeing some cool lines to start so far.
Yeah, that's double mana worker. That's interesting.
Double mana worker. Mana worker in draft is one of those things where it's like he does have 2 copies of Maria to get better use out of them in the mid game, which is interesting. But I agree. It's one of those cards where it's like, oh, this is really nice when it's helping me fix, but other than that, like it doesn't defend great, doesn't attack great.
I'm curious about that turn. It does look like he's kind of behind, but he went, instead of playing the artifact that draws cards consistently to try to get some card velocity, he went with the 2-drop and then the loot, I guess, but I don't know that that's progressing enough on this board.
Yeah, I could totally see that. I think oh, this is also potential for a blowout, right? If Archmaster goes for the block here on the sleeper, this could be a Skyrider to Rudy.
You know, the Skyrider is kind of funny because I never think about I just it's like one of those cards that I just don't think about enough. But I guess if these players are playing with that knowledge of what they may be up against, then maybe it's going through your head, but it's just so hard.
Yeah, they don't know final builds from any of their opponents, but they do know that what the deck's lists are. Like, what are your 42 cards, kind of thing. So yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, this is unfortunately going to wind up in a bit of a blowout for Archmaster. This actually might just be the game, even though we're so early in. You know, losing the tempo, like you said, off of not playing the Codex last turn, and then here just getting blown up by the Skyrider is gonna put Catharsis way ahead here. Yeah, that's a we also just watched the Cleaving Skyrider go face to win the game, due to a missed block, unfortunately. But he would have had to think about, like, oh, if that is their out, how do I need to block to stop lethal from happening? But it was still very interesting to see that go down. Yeah, I think they're thinking, like, do I need to do this right now? Like, especially into 3 open mana. Does my opponent have a counter? He's got blue mana. Okay, they choose to let it happen, which I still think is probably good for Catharsis at the end of the day. And this is going to be pretty big, right? Next turn, you swing out all, then you have the Skyrider. Yeah, I was going to say, he's going to leave up the pump, and he's going to be able to kill the Ruwala in response to the pump.
Yeah, this isn't going to work out that well. I might have. I mean, there's something to be said for just swinging with everything here, I think. But
yeah, I think this was actually maybe best case scenario for Archmaster here.
Yeah, I guess he's going to go with the Cavalier and is trying to hold the Skyrider. I'm curious if he's thinking that's going to be used to finish off the game, not the creatures, sort of a thing.
Yeah, I could totally see that, right? You swing out here and you get to go 6-7 damage to face, or just take care of this monstrosity in the before declare blockers.
Yeah.
Well, let's think. Okay, so he's able to get 4-7. Yeah, he puts him down to 4.
Oh wow, that's actually really nice. I guess he can't do both. He can't kick this and Skyrider here. But it looks like that's probably going to trade off.
I won't lie. I'm also pretty happy to just throw in the Cavalier and pump with the Brawler, or pump with the knowledge. Oh no, you can't.
Yeah, that's going to trade off with the green 2-drop here, and that seems fine.
Rudy, I feel like Rudy has been. I knew he was going to be good. I feel like he's been more serviceable in controlling decks than I thought he was going to be. I think he's great in aggressive decks, and I think he's just like a totally fine pickup in more controlling decks as well. Yeah, we've seen a lot of really fun play from the whole field today. A lot of matches going on, a lot of good times from a lot of the participants. And I think
so. Where are we at? Fill me in a little bit. Like, what's? Well, I guess after this game, I'd like we should probably do a rundown of everything that's gone on so far.
Oh yeah, we'll walk through the bracket. We'll tell you who's doing what. Big attack here from Catharsis.
All right, this is finally turning the corner here, and this. I assume that no, he's already down to 9. This is just game, right?
I think this is game, yeah, because he's going to be able to get through at least 4, and then the Skyrider the face.
Oh, that's interesting. Last turn there was no block on the Cavalier. I kind of assumed that was going to get blocked the previous turn.
And I want to introduce our other coach, Mr. Alex Corticals Nicholas. Welcome, Alex. Thank you again for joining the broadcast.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. We just saw Catharsis take down Archmaster in the winners bracket semifinals. Excuse me, sorry about that. So let's open up the bracket. Check out what's going on. So, for anyone who doesn't know, both Seth and Alex were leading different courses for this month's set of Dominaria United splits. So, they've come to help us do a little bit of commentary as we work through the final games in today's bracket. So, we just watched Catharsis take on Archmaster in a really interesting, great matchup. Catharsis took down Archmaster. And then we're able to kind of check out what's going on. So a lot of matches have gone down already. And we're able to see we're working through a bit of the losers bracket now as well. So I think we have a couple people who have maybe been eliminated already with Sharky looks like it's going down. Yeah. So anyone here who's taken the Elk, Sharky, Amphibicopter, and Trisky looks like are out now. And we still have these guys duking it out for spots in the final round. Nice. Yeah, so we see Springbok, one of our previous champions, Captain Raffi, Big B Smalls, and Tyrannosaurus Rex. So really fun so far. Really great play from all of these guys. Let's take a peek at some of the interesting decks that we've got brewed so far from our people. So let me pull up one of them for us. Let's pull up Catharsis' deck, who we just saw win. We could talk about it a little bit. So it's a bit aggressive. I actually saw this and I was like, is this like, yes, it's aggressive, but is there enough to win games? And I think obviously he's shown me that the answer is yes. But tell me about your guys' experience with white green in the format so far.
I have not drafted too much white green base. Like, it looks like to me, I wouldn't even like categorize this as like white green. Really, it's just like in my eyes, it's like a white aggro deck with some green card supplementing. Right? It's almost a proxy for like just like red white aggro. Honestly, with like a few green cards here and there. I haven't myself been pulled into this specific combination. Usually, I pair my white cards with my red cards or my blue cards. But at the same time, I don't know. This looks solid. Like the thing about this deck, you're saying like, is it enough to carry over the line? Heroic Charge goes like a pretty long way, right? Like that's just like the board stalled out, charge, just breaks any stall. These aggro decks tend to play out a little bit slower sometimes, where you're just like building a board stall and you charge and you win. So yeah, I mean, it can definitely be a little bit tricky to close out sometimes, but yeah, the tools are here, it looks like.
I normally find myself going into white green when I get the multicolor guy that starts generating extra tokens, because I feel like that card is really strong, but it also does commit you heavily to white green, so you're not necessarily able to do a lot of splashing once you get it. There are a couple of different archetypes I feel like that do promote the go wide token sort of a strategy, but also white green has the pump spell that pumps the entire squad. So like,
yep.
I generally will like to be very token heavy, so I do see the carrion calls there. Scout the Wilderness, it's a little bit weird of a card because like, yes, it generates tokens, which is what you want to do, but it's also like 5 mana for 2 tokens. Is that actually good? And then is the ramp actually doing anything for me if I'm just a 2-color deck? So like there's some, it's kind of a challenging archetype to figure out, because by Pigeon, I do believe it's best as a base 2-color green-white, not necessarily doing all of the domain stuff. But then once you do that, it's like, do I just have enough good cards in my 2 colors to fill out my deck?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the times I'll like maybe start my draft looking something like this, and then like green will be a little more open. It's like, well, should I just be 2 colors? Like there's a lot of easy ways to splash power for cards, so it's like kind of tough to just be 2 colors, I find, when I'm in green.
Yeah, I'm curious. When I was watching, or when I looked at this deck, I thought to myself, do I play the Chaplain as 4 mana for 2 bodies and a removal sponge from my opponents? Do you guys find that it's important to, or that it's ever impactful to try and play cards that your opponents are going to want to remove at all costs?
Go ahead, Seth. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there's cards like, I mean, generally what you described is almost like a bomb, right? Like if you have to kill it, then it's always going to be a problem, because you're not always going to have the answer to it. And I am curious with this draft. obviously you want some Cavaliers, you want some tokens, but I'm curious with this particular draft how it started. Because like for green white, I feel like it's harder to get like, oh my gosh, I'm getting a signal to go green white, which can kind of make it a little bit more troublesome to figure out a green white seed and navigate it properly.
Yeah, I agree. I think the one card that like really does like make me say, okay, like this green card plays really well with these white cards is the card you mentioned, the Palm Silk Strength of the Coalition, the +2, and then you kick it, you can give counters to your team. Like that really does play in that space. But yeah, I very, very similar thoughts to you. It's just like it's hard to imagine, or not a lot of my drafts start in a way where they end up in a space like this.
Yeah, and one thing about that card that I find is I see it a lot in my drafts, and I like know that it's a really strong card, but I'm also when I see it, I may be green, but I'm like black greens. Maybe I'm splashing white, or like maybe I'm a domain deck, but it just doesn't really fit close to as well. Like like it's +2/+2, and maybe you can kick it, but like in a dedicated Celestia deck, the value of it just goes up so much.
Yep, big time.
Yeah, let's take a peek at some of the other decks we got cooking over here. So we got a couple guys working through the quote unquote losers bracket right now. So this is one from Springbok, which I thought was a bit interesting. His first couple of picks were following along with him during the drafts, and his first couple of picks were lands. Were two of his first three picks were lands, and I always feel like, okay, this is gonna be great. It's gonna open up opportunities to do the domain shenanigans, and it just really didn't come his way. So I feel like when you're opening up that way, how do you like turn around and salvage something if you're like, all right, I'm going to be in domain, and then none of the domain payoffs come to you? Like, how do you get to a point where you can find a playable deck?
It's one of the dangers of taking just lands all of pack one or like most of pack one, and then like hoping that something comes your way. And sometimes it happens, right? And like sometimes you don't even need to be like a domain deck in the sense that like you literally have cards that say domain. Sometimes you can just have like you've taken a bunch of lands, you take mostly the best card out of the pack for packs 2 and pack 3. But yeah, sometimes it just doesn't happen. Maybe like you take lands early and the lane that's open to you is like a white tokeny aggro deck, and the lands don't do that much in that deck, right? So yeah, it's tricky. Sometimes you can just come away from pack 2 being like, wow, I hope pack 3 is really good because I'm not in a great spot right now.
Yeah. I actually, it's weird because we've talked about lands quite a bit with my team, and I kind of went on this evolution with the format where at first I was thinking I really want to just take lands early because then I'm gonna lose out on my opportunity to get them, which makes sense because lands you can more often find in pack 1 and pack 2 and then kind of like dictate around that. But yeah, it just wasn't quite working out the way I wanted it to. So we kind of came to the conclusion lands are fine to grab in pack 1, and but like I don't really recommend grabbing them as your first few picks. Like midway through the pack is really ideal for lands to start. And then once you kind of know what your colors are or have a better idea, then they can kind of range up. So like pack 2, maybe I'm first picking a land because I know I'm not going to wheel it and I really need it for my deck. But before you know your colors, the packs have to be pretty weak for me to be taking them super early.
Yeah, I think that makes a ton of sense. And that's kind of been my experience too, that like opportunistically, I'll take them midway through early packs. If it's like, okay, it's one of the green ones, or specifically like, oh, it's a Tangled Islet, or it's a green-red one, or a green-white one. I think those, or honestly, any of the green ones. The green ones like are higher picks a little bit for me. But yeah, I try and let the strength of the cards drive me first. So we're actually going to be hopping back into another match here between Big B Smalls and Tyrannosaurus Rex. All right, guys, good luck.
Okay, let's do it.
So for reference, this is the losers bracket quarterfinals.
Ooh, all 5. All right. Yeah, it's interesting that the card that was put back there was Elder Dragon War as one of the cards. Like clearly Big can't cast the card right now, but I would definitely think about keeping that as it's like a pretty decent way against the opponent's deck with open deck lists to come back after your opponent's gone like 2-drop Cavalier, maybe you got the scrutiny to try to find your red sources. So I don't think it's at all like clear you should keep the Dragon War, but it is a consideration, even though you don't have double red yet.
So that last turn, did we just not play the 2-drop? Because I'm trying to figure out what the considerations were for that choice.
I think they wanted to hold up Essence Scatter, potentially.
Right. So that's an interesting decision. Playing the Blight Pile versus playing the Scatter. I feel like at that point you want to be thinking about what 2-drops may my opponent play, and do I really want to counter them? Because a lot of times the Blight Pile matches up reasonably well against a 2-drop, and then you could use your Scatter for like, a bigger creature.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, it's going to work out here for Big B. That's probably the best case scenario against Byronosauruses.
That's a pretty big deal. We do see the card we were talking about, that Strength of the Coalition, sitting there, so I'm really interested to see how that ends up playing into this game.
These are cool lands. Are these the new
this
lands?
Mana base is it's a work in progress each game, it feels like.
Yeah, I think advantage bar Big B just this Zara might change things. Just there is pressure, but I was gonna say there's not a lot of pressure, and Big B has a draw 3 or draw 4 in hand, so it's gonna be a tight game at this point.
Yeah, this Jin, I mean, enlighten me. It hasn't made it into any of my decks yet, but I feel like it's being a 4/4 flying body is like never a bad thing. But like,
well, it's interesting. It's like 6 mana 4/4. Like on a board like this, for example, like you have to trade down with a lot of 5s and 4s a lot of the time, right? Like this Gardener pecks in past it, the Czar attacks into it, so it's definitely not the worst. But I do think it is as like a second or third rate finisher is what I found. Just too often you have to trade off with it. Like when you play a Tolarian Terror, like that bricks most of the stuff, right? Whereas like 4/4 flyer, yeah, the board's clear, it's good, but
it's going to be able to hold the scrutiny as an instant here. It's unfortunately doesn't have a second source of blue to be able to cast it on his turn and then be able to play cards, but I think it's fine to leave it up as an instant. Just that kind of stinks. Cast it for 2.
Yeah. Yeah, basic island would have been pretty good here, but you got to just make do with what you can at this point, rather than fall too far behind.
Oh boy, I honestly, because it's 4 total, or is it 5 total to kick strength?
It's 4, so we can do it here.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm swinging in.
Yeah, this seems really solid. Just the green-white deck is looking fairly consistent in terms of. I mean, of course, a mull of 5 is gonna change how the game is gonna appear, but. Yeah, the blocks now are not really great.
Yeah, you got a block, but
yeah, I'm wondering if the strength gets used here, because you may be thinking, oh, what about I don't want to get blown out.
Exactly.
There's 5 mana up, and this block isn't. It's not like it's that bad for you. The creatures just trade off, and then you still have your strength. But
yeah, that's my thought too. I think if I'm in the driver's seat here, I just don't go for it, because I think you're far enough ahead already. I don't think I want to be the one to blink first here. With opponents got 5 mana up, it works out, of course, but it is interesting. I think you could make an argument either way.
Yeah, that may also be a decision based on deck list. If he already looked at the list and looked at instant speed, potential options.
Yep, totally.
Yeah, Big B says that's enough for him, and now we're going to get an opportunity to check out the deck lists in between. That was fun, though. Okay, so we see a bit of hopefully there won't be a mull to 5 again. That's never great for anybody. But I do like the kind of, I was going to say Grixis list we have here, but it's kind of almost 4 or 5 colors.
Yeah, he's got He's got a lot of options. There is the blue-red 5/4 in the sideboard. I'm kind of curious if that's worth thinking about. The guy that copies instants and sorceries.
Yeah, I feel
if it attacks.
When he makes it into my decks, it's often a domain deck, and it's often like because I drafted 7 lands and I'm desperate for playables.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Wow.
can see it coming in just like matching up well against largest creature, or if you can time it right, you do get to that line up nicely with interaction spell or something.
I have to say, now that we're getting a closer look at this green-white deck, it's got a lot of the right cards for it, and you're splashing. There is some splashing going on, but it's also for more token generation and cards that work well with tokens. So, like, it appears to be a really cohesive deck overall.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
We saw the 4/4 that pumps. It's going to pump your smaller creatures, and there are a lot of smaller creatures when it attacks. So
does that say 4 Argivian cavalry?
I think so. Yeah, that's a nice number.
Yeah, that's pretty absurd. To get 4 of those, I'm jealous. And then also another card that's great in these types of decks because you have these token generators is the flyer. I think it's the Griffin.
Protector, yeah.
Protector. So like that guy, when it pumps up like 2 or 3 times on your turn, starts to deal a lot of damage pretty quickly.
Notably, he did not have a heroic charge, so it seems like people were probably valuing those pretty highly at the table.
But he does have the 2 he's got better than heroic charge because he's got the
strength. Yeah,
the 2 strengths, I think.
Oh, 2 strengths. Wow.
I think I saw 2.
I feel like even in a pinch, the charismatic vanguard does a fine impression of heroic charge.
It does.
This is a pretty good hand again for Tyrannosaurus Rex over here. By Rom.
Yeah, I like the knight choice, but all right. So better draw. Yeah, better draw from the control side.
Okay.
Oh,
what's
the
first story of that again? Is it a board wipe?
Yeah, it's deal 2 to everything and your opponent.
So it is very powerful if it gets cast in the right circumstances.
Yeah, it's not like super effective against this set of cards. Like it's good against the 2 cards in hand, the 2 white cards, but obviously the 1/3 doesn't die, and if there's a spot to resolve it where the knight can't pump, obviously we have that too, but it's not just like a complete blowout here. And he pitches it too. Interesting.
Yeah, I think I like that choice. It's kind of a tougher choice, but you just want to be drawing a bunch of cards.
Yep.
And we also have the 1/3, which makes us able to draw an additional card, which is kind of nice.
That was an infinitely more disciplined decision than I would make.
Going for the main phase so that we can do a draw 4, not just a draw 3.
I'm interested because I don't know if I always loot in these situations because like we don't really want to pitch our Jin and we have a finite number of cards in our deck and we have a wall that's going to allow us to continue to loot. So I actually prefer not to loot there, but I think a lot of people just automatically loot with the wall in that situation.
Yeah, I've definitely in this format it goes to decking a fair amount of the time, depending on your deck and the matchup. I don't know necessarily this matchup is going to go to decking, but I have chosen not to loot in this format. I think more than a lot of other formats.
Yep, fully agree with that.
I really love how much, I think when I first saw the defenders, I was like, oh, that's cute, whatever, that pairs with the chaplain really well. And there's so much more to it, then that's like Walking Ballista turns them into a win con. Coral Colony is a win con in and of itself. Chaplain is obviously incredibly busted. The stupid Sentinels drawing through your whole deck is its own win con of just filling your board with defenders.
Yep.
Like it's
yeah.
a well-designed set in my opinion.
My favorite of them all is just the one. I think it's a 1/4 blue guy that just mills. Like,
I love Coral Colony. Yeah, it's so
Yeah.
it's become my favorite. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really it's a very, very relevant, surprisingly. I may have attacked with the 1/3 there, but not like it's a huge deal. The question is, are we blocking this knight and thinking about that? Because this is a tough creature to block.
I think at 20, maybe not, but I totally get like the 4/4/3/3 on it and say whatever, spend your turn killing my Jin here.
Yeah, I mean the 0/5 block
well,
last turn I think was interesting because it was like, do you really want to use your entire turn to kill my wall? I think correctly came to the conclusion that yes, like we just want to take that opportunity here. I would here probably play the Mirror's Outrider and just pass, right? Because we can hold up the impulse. Because there's actually enough mana, and I'm not sure if he included the 1/3 as an available mana for the impulse in the calculus there. But I mean, now we can do double. We can play 2 spells also, so this isn't too bad.
Yeah, the card quality is really there for Byron to be able to be aggressive and like actually keep on his strategy here. I think as the game goes on, Big B kind of ticks up in his advantage meter a little bit.
This is interesting though, because if Big B is not afraid to block, we can eat one of these creatures or eat the knight here because we're going to be a 6/6 Jin casting both spells. Oh, sorry, no, they can pump 4 times. So no, that's not true. So never mind.
Oh, yeah,
one
Destroy Evil.
Oh, we do find Destroy Evil though.
That's actually really good. So
yeah.
I think that may completely change this situation because
yes.
he can now cast 3 spells, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Let me do that.
Now
we can even like bait the pump and then Destroy Evil if we want.
Well, I would just Destroy Evil the 4/4, and then because we don't even
Right. We go for the pumps, we destroy the 4/4, we get to eat the knight. So it all works out.
Yeah, it's perfect if he goes for this line.
Yep, and looks like exactly what's gonna happen.
Let's see. I thought for some reason I thought he was gonna go on the knight.
Yeah, because he could have went for the Magna Goth or whatever, and then and then he pumps again, and then you play the Shadow Prophecy. Ooh, that would have been.
Oh, interesting. We go for the Scry here, so we're gonna kill the knight. I guess maybe worry about a pump spell potentially.
I think it's one of those things where it feels like the obvious play
when we're watching. Yeah.
And the potentially, potentially better play is a little bit like not unintuitive, I would say.
Yes, for sure. The knight is the one attacking you, right? So it's like
yeah, it is. I mean, having sat here and cast 15 of these with you guys, like it's one of those things where it's like we're sitting here talking about it with perfect information.
Yeah,
so it's
exactly.
like, oh yeah, of course. So like, that's the line, but you get to kind of sit through it. And we aren't in the pressure of the moment.
So I think it's interesting there. He waited on the Shadow Prophecy, and I understand why, because he wants to get more Jin triggers at ideal moments in time. And he also already knew what his draw was going to be. I can tell that Bigby is giving this deck some thought. Oh, this is an aggressive. This is, I think, a little bit aggressive. Without any pump effect to kind of back this attack up. You're really just saying, I don't think you're going to block and have an instant sorcery to pump.
Yeah, I think with the Czar in hand, I would just be looking to build up the board first before making an attack like this.
Yeah, I mean, with mana up, I think it's a little risky, as we can see now. I would hope, I guess. So if you're thinking next level there, maybe you're thinking, all right, I'm not gonna pump because I think he's got the pump spell sort of thing.
Right.
But I really like going for it based on us seeing the cards as the correct play, going for the pump.
Also, just like, opponent's got 2 cards in hand, it's probably worth like making them use their resources. And even if you get like blown up by the pump, it's like, okay, it's not that bad here. I've got ways to buy myself back. And all right, so I don't know. I think aside from we said no heroic charge in this deck, right? So I think Big V is like in a fairly good spot.
He did find Urborg Repossession, which seems like one of the big ways to kind of swing this game. Although I guess there's not actually amazing things to get back with this, but there was the Saga, which you can get back with a Repossession, right? So that could be kind of insane here.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
I believe. Does he have double red yet? No. When I'm casting Urborg Repossession, I think more about the fact it can get back a permanent, but I used to just only think it's like rebuy 2 creatures.
Right, yeah. It's so good when you get back a good Saga, like whether Seed Treaty or whatever.
If his goal is to get to that point, double red, if that's in his mind, then he may just want to keep scrying, and because he can scry with this Jin too, right?
Interesting to put the Sentinel at the bottom from Big B there. I wonder what other defenders he actually has access to.
Yeah, I imagine if I'm a big VC, I just want to find a slightly more impactful card at this point. Like, yeah, maybe there's some good defenders, but I imagine there's no Chaplain if we're not topping in the defender there.
Yeah, exactly. He's got 2 walls, which he might not even be playing both, in double Blight Pile and the Shield Wall Sentinel. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I don't really care about any of those. Makes more sense why he was pitching the Dragon more now with the Urborg Repossession.
Yeah, totally.
Yep, this was all. If this was all the plan, then it has worked out.
All planned,
well.
yeah.
Yeah. This is only game 2, so this could be meaning we've got a third game. It looks. I mean, I'm betting on a third game.
Especially with the land draw there. Yeah, it's going to 3.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is a straight 4-color non-green, basically. Although I guess we do have the Urborg Repossession, so it is 5-color technically. But when you build a lot of colors in your deck, you want to be still, even if you're technically 5 colors, you have to prioritize certain colors. And so I like the way, considering everything that's going on, the mana base is construed, just because we do see higher priority being put on the blue and black mana, like for the double blacks of the Extinguish the Light, for the 2-drops like the Blight Piles and stuff, and then like the red, it's not quite as necessary early, right? And then later on, once we need it, it's kind of accessible. So I like the mana base in terms of not that I love that it's 5-color, but more just like I like that how it's put together given the cards that are in our deck.
Yeah, I think that's a big kind of like learning moment often when people are building multicolor mana bases. But it's like, I know what I'm streaming. People are like, oh, if you're playing white already, like, why don't you play this other white card you have in the sideboard? It's like, well, like I'm playing white, but you don't want to have like that like third white card in there. So yeah, I think Big B's got a pretty good setup here.
Yeah.
Yes, a little slow roll from Big B there. I think he's playing around whatever he could have had in his hand. Probably could have ended it there, but looks like
He's chilling with the lightning strike. He wants to go face with that.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Yeah, that's why he wants to win. No attacks. Go to main phase 2. Lightning strike you.
Add insult to injury. Okay, so we see them split the series, and we're heading into game 3. Yeah, I think definitely if the game gets past turn 7, turn 8, I think it's going to definitely start to fall into Big B's favor. Just he has the card draw. He has kind of the tools to play the long game better than Byron does.
We also saw a choking miasma, which I believe, I don't know if it was sideboarded in or not, but he's got super powerful, Big B's got super powerful sweepers if he can cast them. And I feel like with 2, one double red, one double black, they're there. They are there, and you have to be worried about them.
It's also nice that Big B's deck actually lines up nicely against this brand of aggro deck, because there's some if you're a control deck and you're relying on a bunch of like spot removal spells to slow down the game, well, this kind of deck can actually like cause a bit of a problem because they've got 4 Cavaliers, right? So you like 1 for 1, but they're left with a 1/1. So everything you're killing, they leave behind a 1/1. Big B's actually got a lot of like virtual card advantage in his defenders, right? So he's got like 2-mana 3/3s and like things he can play on the curve to actually blank all the tokens. So it actually lines up pretty well. Plus the sweepers too, of course.
I'm eyeing this stall for time. It seems like there's been a couple of situations where Bigby's had an opportunity, not Bigby, Byron's had an opportunity to get in a big attack if he's able to, like, a good attack, if he's able to shut down just a couple of blockers. So I feel like maybe over the Warhorse, I didn't really get a good look at everything. But just, yeah, I feel like he's if he gets a quick early start, he's been in a position where a couple of big attacks win him the game.
Yeah, I agree. Like, just like build off what I was just saying there from the aggro deck side, you have to think, okay, what are the tools the control deck is using to slow me down? And if the tools is a bunch of blockers, then yeah, just like knocking out 2 blockers for a turn can actually be pretty effective.
Mm-hmm.
So this is an interesting keeper mulligan decision where we clearly don't have everything that we want in the hand. We've got 3 colors of mana, which is not bad, but
this is worse.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where you don't want to keep and lose, but okay.
I actually think this is okay. Like we've got a fly, we have the miasma. It's definitely like close. It's unclear if this is worse than the average 5, but I don't think it's crazy to keep this hand.
I agree with the keep. I think it's correct to keep it.
Oh, he gets a break.
Yeah, got the land. Now he's another.
And he can go double 1-drop. He's got Shadow Prophecy. So not the worst. Definitely not the worst, but obviously need to draw the 3rd land.
Yeah, and like the nice thing too is as long as we draw the Black Source soon-ish, we can sweep up all the creatures that Byron has. Like obviously they might come return where we finally find the Black Source and you've got Strength of the Coalition up, but hopefully
I was curious if he was gonna cast the other 1-drop, the 1/1, but I completely understand why you wouldn't want to do it here to try to set up the choking miasma and then cast it after that.
Yeah, Baby's just going, all right, come on, Black Source. Or any land is pretty good because we can cast our prophecy.
So here I think it's like, yeah, I think I would cast it. I just like this way you have a clean block on the Cavalier, whereas before you don't.
2/5 in Lister is actually pretty annoying for Big B here. It's kind of funny.
Oh wow, yeah. I guess part of the equation for choosing to play a number of these Samite Herbalists is the fact that there's 4 Cavaliers in the deck, so you don't actually have to attack with that in order to get that trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wonder if they go for the trick here.
I would have put the flyer in front of the Cavalier personally, but I mean it might be okay the way this works out, because he's gonna go, if he goes for the 2/5, then maybe it works out better to try to trade off with a bigger creature.
Scrutiny, geez.
Okay, I think he's maybe got, like, he can maybe whiff again this turn before it's like totally over.
I don't think he can with this turn. I think he's got to draw the land next turn.
Yeah. Ideally, Byron, if for Big B's sake, ideally Byron just plays the Vanguard and doesn't leave back anything or hold up a kick strength, or doesn't you cast kick strength this turn? That would be pretty bad too.
Yeah, that's a good point. I wonder if he's considering the miasma at all. He's not even attacking with the 2/5, so he's not giving the opportunity for that to die here.
Yeah,
it's pretty smart.
Oh yeah, still doesn't block. Interesting. Yeah, I think you have to go for it now, but
yeah, I think. I mean, if you put the 0/3 in front of the 2/1 and put the 1/1 in front of the yeah, I'm curious why not put the 0/3 in front of. Oh no, the 2/1 isn't attacking.
Yeah,
sorry.
too.
So
it's funny. Yeah, Big B thought the same thing. He was like, "Oh, I'm gonna." Oh wait, no, that thing's not attacking.
Yeah, that's not attacking. Yeah, this seems fine.
Yeah, and there's not really much incentive to cast the trick here. I mean, you could to kill the 0/3, but I think if you're not thinking about miasma, it's just better to play your 3/4 or 3/2 here.
Miasma's not bad here if we draw.
Oof. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Little bit too few lands.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that it comes down to only 2 lands when you think, like, if you're gonna lose, you'd rather rather it to be to, like, not having the right lands.
Yeah.
not having any lands is kind of.
And then I think, unfortunately, at this point, like, Byron didn't draw a castable creature, so he might be just prompted to cast Strength of the Coalition here, which basically seals the deal. I mean, anyway, you can pump, or you can pump the Vanguard. That would be interesting too.
Yeah,
that'd be better for Big B. Yeah, okay. Well, there's a chance now.
Yeah, the counter's going to push to.
Oh
my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was the window.
That's brutal. I think he went through, what, 5 turns? 5 turns, no lands?
Yeah, that sucked. I mean, he did keep a 1-lander and drew the second land immediately, so I guess we're not really considering that, but...
Exactly.
But yeah.
All right, so that's gonna, I think, the pump, and just gives it to Byron. So Byron's gonna be which game was that? So that pushes Byron through to the next round of the losers bracket semifinals. Okay, cool. So we got some. Oh, all right, so we're checking out the bracket now. We got some interesting matches left. So Jesse was actually the first person we watched today take on Sharky earlier in the match. So Jesse's on like an Esper control list with Coral Colony, Chaplain, Sentinels, some Academy Walls, a bunch of baloney to stall the board for as long as humanly possible until he can mill you out. So, so that's been pretty painful to watch people go down swinging like that. And Catharsis was the match that we just watched, I believe, with the white green, or like the whites essentially aggro deck with a little bit of green on the side. We see Archmaster about to take on Byron, who we just watched take down Big B Smalls in that tough matchup there. And then Lab Goat and Springbok are two that we have not seen either of their decks perform, but we do know that each of them are pretty high level players. So we got a couple of fun matches left. Let's take a peek at Lab Goat's deck, because I do not believe that we actually have had a chance to look at that one at all today just yet. So I'll pull that up for us. All right. Cool. Oh, geez. Well, this could be a deck that could win. So it looks like it's a red-blue base splashing black for Solcanars and Espionage and Tribute to Urborg. And maybe a Colt's Crossroad. Honestly, this could be black-red splashing blue. That makes more sense.
Wow,
So-
yeah, there's some Grixis heavy hitters at the 5-drop slot, huh?
Yeah,
Are
multiples.
Double
That's-
Solkanar?
Pretty wild.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's pretty sick.
That's pretty, yeah, like how do you get around that?
Okay. All right. Well,
So just solid removal through the early game, the G2 amplifiers to fill in the somewhat empty, or well, not empty, the 5 slots filled with a bunch of stuff. But the Sphinx, the Marias, double Solcanars, and a Codex if he's running truly these 3 colors. I don't know. At what point do you guys think the Codex isn't worth it from like a not enough colors perspective?
I think you want to probably be able to get it to like tapping for free. Like 4, you paying 1 for it. I can stand by. 3, like paying 2 for it when you only have 3. I think then it's a bit too costly. I think it's kind of a clunky card in the first place, where it's good in some matchups, it's not good in others. So like in those matchups, it's not good, and you at least want to not be spending mana on it most of the time.
I think that it is an interesting card that can be pretty matchup dependent, but also somewhat deck dependent. Like in this deck, I kind of like the concept of it, depending on if it's fighting for other 5-drops, because we've already got 2 Solcanars already that we know we're playing at 5. It's not like it's the highest priority card here, but if we had like a bunch of it looks like there are a couple of the Flowstone infusions and like maybe some other cheaper removal and more interaction. So like if we're doing a lot of 1-for-1 trading early on, then I do think it's a good way to get ahead in the game. So
Yep.
It's a little bit situational.
All right, beautiful. So we're gonna hop into Jesse.exe and Catharsis. So we got a control deck taking on a bit more of an aggro deck. Let's see what's going on with these guys. Good luck, gentlemen. Good hands. No one has to mull.
Yeah, nice to see.
Phew. Well, this is the slow Wally deck versus the.
I'll let you guys see what these guys are piloting. Jesse's got an interesting build. I'll be right back in a sec.
Yeah, a lot of colors so far.
Yeah.
Which is like par for the course for this format. For the most part, it's not odd. The side we're not seeing, I can't see the name just yet, but wow, that curve of Guardian into Green Widow is just like, oof, especially with like a good catch-all removal spell to back it up.
I guess this Pixie does a ton of work, right? Like we can make our lands, like we could play the black-green guy here, which would make some sense because then it would allow us to potentially dig a little bit.
Yeah, it's funny. If you look like, give me an opening hand of all these walls in Chaplain, I feel pretty good. And then the opponent goes good rare into good rare, and it's like I think that Jesse's still in a good spot, but it is closer than most of my games that start like that might be.
Yeah, I think that the board, those are definitely 2 good cards. On the flip side of that, and the Protector is also a good find. The sleepers don't look particularly great without the black mana and just 2 mana 3/1s on this board. The walls just have a way of setting up. Although, yeah, the white rare is a pretty major issue.
Yes, it gets past all the walls and pretty resilient to most of the removal.
I'm actually now kind of changing my mind about the game now, thinking about it, because he's just going to attack with that every turn.
Yeah.
And then, so like, I guess we just need, we just play Chaplain. We can just have a bunch of chump blockers. That being said, the arrest can deal with the Chaplain. It's like not ideal to do it that way after already having a bunch of tokens, but
you gotta do what you gotta do.
yeah. Wow, second Protector. Interesting spot here.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah. I'm curious if we want to just throw all the tokens in front of this Protector. It would be trading essentially 3 tokens for the 4-drop flyer, which seems kind of reasonable, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's what I would do. Like I don't think it's getting too much better. Like if your plan is just to chump forever. Oh, interesting. We're doing it like this. Yeah, if your plan is just to chump forever, you're gonna have to have some plan of how you're stopping them at some point. And I don't see one in sight. So
Yeah,
I guess maybe your plan is mill them forever, but I think they kill you before you kill them.
I don't know that trading off with cards in hand is going to end up working in the long run, which is basically what this block is trying to accomplish.
Right, exactly. Okay, it's not a bad draw.
Well, it doesn't really allow us to do 2 spells in a turn, but
right.
we could loot. We could loot into a land, which
Yeah.
or something. So there's some loot potential off this Bone Splitters if it gets cast right now. Like, odds are we find something else we can do for the turn, because if we don't find a land, then probably a decent number of spells we can cast in our deck. But
yeah, I think we just, I don't know. I would just play the shield wall here, just not risk it. Like it's still a good play. It's not like I feel like you need to kill a flyer this turn. You get into the trump blocker.
well, this is interesting. He's going after the 4/3 that can return, but it does make these the attacks with the rare not nearly as good.
Yeah, it makes it so that our 05 can actually block the protector, and we get the land, so it kind of all worked out.
Yeah, that was an interesting decision because in my mind it was going to be used on one of the flyers, but
yeah, me too.
yeah,
it's actually, yeah, it is kind of interesting because like just like we were saying, like what's your plan for dealing with whatever. Well, I mean that this effectively kills the 2/2, like, which is also a threat at this point. So yeah, it is an interesting decision.
yeah, it's close. It's trying to make use of all of these walls basically is a little bit tough in this game because they're all just ground creatures
Yeah.
versus 2 flyers and they're not really, you can't really utilize them unless you count them for Coral Colony, which is like we can start milling for 5 or 6 a turn, which feels like the win con, but it hasn't started yet. So
yeah, sometimes when you're under this kind of like, I don't know, I would say the opponent has like somewhat inevitability might not be the right word, but if the game goes the way it's going, like the opponent's gonna win. Sometimes you can flip it on the game on its head and be like, well, actually, I just like mill you in 4 turns, and like you focus your energy on not trying to stabilize necessarily, but just race. But I don't think we're quite there yet. That was a really good draw though, just drawing a tribute.
Yeah, that was quite a good draw. I think if we go back to the turn where we were kind of saying maybe go for the quadruple block on one of the flyers, I think that would have ended up working out.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. So the bite down, there's not really anything you super want to bite down, but I guess you know about the wall already in hand that it is going to make, assuming it gets cast, it's going to make another 1/1. So we could see the bite down just take out the chaplain, but I don't know. I think part of that decision making may also be that there's not that many walls left in the deck, so maybe
Right.
we're rethinking. Like the chaplain's almost got all of its value already. So now the rare can become a 5-power creature again.
Yep.
Due to the. So I assume we're gonna see that getting into attacking. I don't love playing the Weather Sea Treaty unless, like, I would just think about what modes you're going to use before you cast it, which I think is what's happening right here, because you don't want to, like, cast it and be like, all right, I'll get it land. It's like,
Yeah.
all right, but then what? Like, why not just attack first,
That Guardian of New Benalia is pretty nuts. I feel like that's one of the best cards for these white aggressive decks.
Oh yeah, that card is just I don't know, like I'm kind of curious what was going through the thought process of design on that one, but
is it better or worse than the 3/1 from a few sets ago that did the same indestructible?
Oh, like Vanguard onto Vanguard / Season Hallowblade. There's like been a few.
Season Hallowblade.
It's significantly better, I think.
Yeah.
Like, well, those cards would do nothing in this game. Literally just with blanks.
Yep. It'd be 3/1. Okay, black with my wall, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Enlist and Scry. It's pretty gross.
Oh, he just let it die though. That's interesting. I mean,
he's gonna be milling for 5 starting next turn. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's an interesting decision there. I assume that was intentional.
Maybe at this point it's kind of like biding your time.
I think at this point we're also thinking about killing the squirrel colony if we're not like killing our opponent right away.
Yeah, I think so too. Goes to the mill. Wish we could see how many cards exactly are in the library, but I imagine it's like at this point probably like just under 20.
Yeah, that's probably right around there. So down to 5. This is quite interesting now.
Another land doesn't just yet do it.
Because
actually pump in 2 turns.
And there's the heroic charge, and now a land
that does do
us
it
to bite down. So I think this could be lethal, yeah.
Well, yeah, with the trample on the charge, it's just lethal because he can't block enough flyers, right? Because it puts him up to 7. He's got 2 block.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I would swing out here, I think. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter what you do as long as you're attacking, but...
Okay, we'll see if he sees it.
I mean, the fact your opponent has no cards in hand, I mean, there is the wall that can sack to draw, a card in this situation. But
oh, that's a good point. It's actually, yeah, if they don't swing out, it might not be lethal, but I think this is lethal now. Maybe not. With a sack. You'd have to sack one of your walls.
I think it's lethal unless he would find, like, I don't know.
Yeah, it'd have to be a pretty specific card. Like,
yeah, it'd have to be an answer to the flyer, because the flyer is going to be a 7-power trampler.
Yeah, but he gains the 1, right? Everything's gonna trample. So if you block right, can you just stop enough damage from coming in? Right. 5, 3, 6. So it'll be 7, 5, 3, 6. I don't know if there's enough butts there.
Yeah, I don't think so. You've also got, well, I was gonna say an instant speed removal spell in hand, but they're gonna kick this. I imagine.
I don't think he's thinking about playing around it. It's one of those situations where, like, if you have it, you kind of have it, sort of a thing.
Yeah, totally.
Although he's not kicking it. So
Was that?
that was a mistake,
Yeah, well,
I guess.
no. They. Oh no, just
Do they
that's
still
the
have trample?
fly. For some
They have
reason,
trample from the pump from the Weather Sea Treaty.
Oh, right.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah. One of them does. I assume it's the flyer.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's the flyer. Okay.
Wow. Yeah, I actually did not remember that, and now all you have to do is remove the 1/1.
Yep.
That's
All right. Yeah, it's fine. It's all fine.
Man, Catharsis snaps, buddy, fighting through the winner's bracket with
Nice.
this interesting build. He's
It's a good deck.
Yeah.
So this is a different white green deck than we saw last round. So white green is kind of doing pretty well, actually. Seems like
It looks pretty similar. Kind of funny.
Yeah, before you guys came on, we watched Catharsis take on another like 5-color domain deck, and he won in 3 games. But I looked at it and I was like, boy, like this looks good. It looks fine. But like, does it have the legs to get there? Because there's no card draw. There's really very little. So like, once you get to turn 7, 8, are you just top decking? Are you just praying for the win? And he's been able to get there, through the entire winner's bracket. He's been doing pretty well. So
yeah, this one is just touching the one mountain, and then I'm always interesting, like, do I play this additional swamp? So because there's those 3 ones that have the black kicker. It's like, because I have Weather Sea Treaty and I have a couple other things, so like, is it worth playing a swamp to be able to search for the land for the treaty to then, like, enable some other cards? Kind of an interesting decision point. Not saying it's right or wrong.
Yeah, I would probably. It's funny. I'm pretty conservative as far as mana bases go in more aggressive decks, but I think if you just like your deck is mostly white, so if you just like add another planes to the deck, like you're gonna be able to cast most of your spells. Then, like I think the fact that this deck is it's not split down the middle, green white. It's more white. I think you could make the mana base work in a way where like you can cast most of your spells even if you draw, a swamp at an unopportune time.
Yeah. Yeah, also there's a couple of domain cards that kind of, like, you want to think about all of the different, it's not like an easy decision one way or another, but like the fact that you do have multiple domain cards alongside of multiple black kicker cards, and you have a Weather Sea Treaty that you can, it essentially means you're kind of playing 2 swamps by having one. So.
Oh, that's nice. One of the few things aside from a counter spell that does just cleanly answer the Guardian.
Yeah, that was huge.
Yeah, it's a big hurdle to get over.
And this is a mana screwed green-white player unless we can find another land quickly.
And we miss. That Your Soul Tender actually was pretty good too, because it milled a chaplain, which is a good thing to get back at some point, and it milled the Cold Conscript too. So.
And we also just drew this Necro, now it's a 5-drop.
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't have been, right?
Without exactly.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that with what seemed like a lot of tools, that Black-Red isn't a better deck archetype in the format. Because like you look at Lagomos, you look at the Barricade, you look at Cold Conscript, and like, yeah, those are uncommons. But it feels like there are tools there. I don't know.
I think the issue is that the black cards are too they're too much anti what the red cards are doing. Like black's best thing to do is grind outside of a few pretty good aggressive cards, and then red's best thing to do is just like attack. I mean, there's definitely some overlap there, but I think too often the cards don't play in the similar enough space.
Yeah, like you can do like some sacrifice shenanigans and stuff like that. I that was one of the archetypes I was like, dude, just don't draft.
Yeah, that's basically. I've seen people like have some wild decks where they have like like 4 bone splinters and then like a Logomos, and they're just like bone splintering me every turn, or like they have enthralled to the pit as well. But like even then, it's just like, all right, like you cast some, you had some pretty good exchanges there, but I don't know, they have a hard time closing the game from there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
a couple of writhing necromasses and a molten monstrosity only get you so far.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, you could. I think it's supposed to be an aggro deck, like with the uncommons, the aggressive, just some decent aggressive creatures, not trying to do anything particularly, cute. Just seems okay, but not something you're going to get very often.
It was a super aggressive extinguish from Jesse. Can either of you kind of talk through what he was thinking? Maybe. I want to win. I need to close this right now.
That might have been it, honestly. I think that like you've got like a fairly proactive start. I would be interested in holding it just because your opponent is mana screwed, which means they had spells in hand and they have flyers, and I don't know. It seems like I don't have enough action to close the game given my hand, so I think that the removal spell probably is better off held. But again, yeah, I think I want to win. It might be the thought.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he's thinking in his head the late game, like he doesn't have enough resources to close if the game goes long. So he's
he doesn't have white. He's got the pixie. Okay.
Yeah, we got the pixie, luckily.
Yeah, but this draw is just a little low on resources for Jesse.
I think the best thing, or one of the best things we could draw from here for Jesse, is a barricade. Is that obviously makes a bird if the chaplain doesn't die, and it's good with the Cult Conscript. Yeah, we get in.
Yeah, that would be really nice.
I think Catharsis is drawn pretty well too. Just drawn out of the mana screw, also just drawn a good mix of threats and removal spells.
I think Catharsis has got a shot at this one too. I mean, his hand's very strong.
No, I would put advantage bar Catharsis at this point, honestly.
Oh yeah, I would too.
Unfortunately, drew another land.
The wall deck without any wells in play is
yeah. It's also awkward because like now when you don't have like all your synergy pieces together, you draw your like academy wall, and it's like, okay, well, this doesn't do too much, and gonna have to wait a little while for the engines to start rolling again. So like not a ton of high impact top decks.
No, yeah, this is. Well, I don't like to call it game over. But...
I was just gonna say, yeah. It's like, don't like to say it before it happens, but
yeah, with 5 mana in play and just nothing but gas in hand for Catharsis, it's gonna be tough for Jesse to come back from this one.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
there's a Coral Colony, which doesn't do too much here. Yeah, that's just lethal, right? Just 4 in the air, plus we get to oh, not quite actually. They go to 1 here.
7 in the air.
Yeah, 7 in the air.
There it is, the pump, the triple pump.
Yeah, and now that closes the window because not even like you can go draw back-to-back removal spell to stop the flyers, and yeah, there we go. As foretold, there's the set academy wall, but doesn't do too much here.
Catharsis, though, goodness gracious. All right, I'm excited to see how people can fight against him going into these next few matches. I actually think he might be into the finals on the winners bracket. Yeah.
Wow. Well done.
Yeah, well piloted. Honestly, like with primarily commons and uncommons. Oh, he's got the Guardian and he's got the Spider. And those are 2 very, very powerful cards for this deck archetype. But yeah, I made make it a little bit bigger. So you can see Catharsis just took down Jesse. So he's going to be moving on to the finals. Congratulations, Catharsis. That is very exciting. We have a couple of matches going on right now between the losers bracket semifinals before the losers bracket finals. We will see if we can get you into some of those soon. And we have a bunch of their decks pulled up. So what we just saw is Catharsis is the one we were talking about earlier, bit of an aggressive white centered deck, almost exclusively white with some green for Bite Downs, the Shoba Brawlers, the Rootwalla, and the Green Widow and the Weather Sea Tree. So what we're going to be seeing moving forward for the rest of the matches as we kind of finish out the bottom end of the losers brackets, we got Lab Goat taking on Springbok right now. So Lab Goat has the disgusting Grixis deck that we were looking at. He's got the Drag to the bottom, double Solkanar, Sphinx of the Clear Skies, a lot of really powerful rares alongside efficient removal, right? Cut down infusion. He's got Fires of Victory. He's got a tribute here. So like this is a good one. Lab Goats, if he can pilot this and gets a little lucky, he's definitely lacking a little bit of card draw, but like even that, he's got Espionage, Tala's Lookout.
I didn't even see, when we looked at this deck the first time, I didn't even see the Sphinx of the Clear Skies as well. I just saw the double Solkanar. Holy crap. This deck's
and I
wild.
didn't see the Drag to the bottom. Like he's got a lot of good cards in this.
Yeah. He's not playing around. He's out for blood. Lab Goat has escaped the lab. Springbok is here with what's the final build in your head here? What do you guys see?
Probably, I can't see the cards perfectly. It's a little small, but I imagine from what I can see, it's probably like green, white. Like the red isn't doing much. The blue, you got Micromancer in there. Like I would think like green, white, Micromancer.
Yeah, I see an Archangel Wrath, so that's definitely a focal point.
Yeah.
Maybe being able to kick that. It's definitely not like a straight 2-color here. It does look like one of those green whites, maybe splash red, maybe splash. We do see the white black guy, but it looks like the base colors are green white. I'm not really too sure about the blue, but it's kind of interesting. The Micromancer package ish. I don't know if that's included in the final list or not, but be curious about that one.
We only have one spell to get, I guess, right? So it's like a little bit awkward. You might just have to play it because playable, because I think we are like pretty lacking playables in this pool. Like I'm just looking, the white cards are pretty decent, but I agree. It looks like we probably have to touch at least 2 color or 3 colors here.
Yeah, I would probably just try to be a green, white, splash, red deck, but then again, we don't have the exact playables in front of us. So
yeah, I think as I'm looking at it, I wouldn't be surprised if it might be green, white, base, splash, black, right? Because you get the kick from the Archangel, maybe red. But I would think that between the Shadow Prophecy, the kick from the Archangel, and what else? Really?
Yeah, you're right. Shadow Prophecy and then the black 2-drop. I don't know if Pilfer, maybe you slide that in if you're looking for
23rd
one
card.
extra card sort of thing.
Yeah. I mean, Pilfer against Lab Goat might be a pretty good card.
Might be critical. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I actually kind of like it. Sarah Paragon, Archangel Wrath, Defiler. You have a bit. What are you getting back with Paragon? I mean, some of these earliest drops. You don't really care about it that much.
Yeah, I'm wondering if these Sentinels, if they were kind of just late pickup sort of thing, that not really, priorities in terms of the deck itself. But
yeah, I could definitely see a world where you get a little lucky with, like, you look at this 4 slot, 4 very strong flyers, right? Not a lot of decks are going to be able to square up well against 4 impactful flyers. And then the Defiler of Faith just to like give you chump blockers on the ground. And you have all these whites permanents that are coming out. I can see why this wins. I can also see why it might struggle against that matchup with Lab Goat there.
The nice thing here is we've got double Destroy Evil versus double Solkanar and Sphinx, right? Those are the two. The Destroy Evil is like the best thing you can have basically against those cards outside of an Essence Scatter. So,
you say that, I look around and it's like, oh, that's all you have.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're not gonna have that much interaction, at least you're hitting the important stuff.
Yeah,
I'm hoping personally that the meteorite makes the deck, because in decks like those, I actually don't mind a meteorite to kind of, maybe it does a little bit of things here or there as a 5-drop. Nothing crazy, but like in a pool that is a little bit lower on like playables, I'm fine with playing it.
Yeah, especially if it's like pulling its weight, where maybe you do have like a black card, maybe a red card in there or something, a blue card, so like, if it does actually help fix you quite well.
Yeah, maybe buys you an extra kick on your Archangel kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe the last piece of ramp you needed. All right, let's check out. So on the bottom side, we're looking at Archmaster and Byron. So Byron was on, let's go back one. He was on the other white-green deck that we were checking out. He was splashing the 2 war horses. He had the Defiler of Vigor that we saw get essence scattered. This is a pretty sweet list. He's got the reinforcements, the knight. He's got like a fine 2-slot, Loam Speaker, 4 are giving Cavaliers gross. and then the silly little Mesa Cavaliers just being like 3 mana 2 attacking flyers are just like kind of hard to deal with for most people.
It seems like there's a fair chance we're going to see 2 base green-white decks in the final of this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's totally true. Yeah, and then Archmaster was on. This one I thought was a pretty spicy build. He had the double Marias alongside the Mana Workers, Librarian, and Codex. So he had a couple of things to kind of get through the deck there. But he also had the Soul of the Windgrace. And the Herd Migration. Yeah, Herd Migration, Worm, some decent top end. The 4 legends here, the double Marias. So this one's a fun one. Spicy's got the mana to kind of make it make sense.
Yeah, also I wonder if Slimefoot Survey makes it in here, because it's the one place I like that card is when you have Herd Migration, just being able to like get the 2 lands you need, and also you get to 7 the next turn. So it's interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely in the first game 1 build, because I've seen him sided out a couple of times in the match that we were watching. But yeah, that's great. It's so funny because like Slimefoot's, you'd look at it and be like, oh, I don't really want this. But in this specific scenario, it's like, oh, I really want this. I want to jump 5 to 7, please. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, that was one of the cards I had trouble evaluating when I first started drafting the set.
Yeah, I totally could see that. It's like, is this good? Like, is this going to be like draw 5, pay 5, draw 3 kind of thing? Yeah, so we got a couple of interesting decks coming up for us. We have a couple of matches coming up for you guys, anyone who's watching. But let's do a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll give you guys a quick second to like pop out if you need to, and then we'll plan to be back on in a couple of minutes. All right, we'll see you guys soon. All right. Welcome back. We are headed into the semi-final match of our losers bracket right now for the Dominaria United Limited split. I'm joined by our coaches, Alex Kortikals Nikolic, and one of the greatest players of all time, Mr. Seth Manfield. Thank you again for joining us, guys. And we are hopping into the match for Springbok taking on Byron. So excited to see these guys. We've watched them a couple times today. Let's get into the action.
Hey, no white mana here.
I don't know. Do you keep this? I mean, I think you got to keep it, but I'm not happy about it.
I was gonna say mulligan, actually. I don't know.
I think so. Yeah.
Without any early plays, the curve was off, and yeah.
Yeah, it was like the combo of no early plays and also expensive stuff too. So it's like even if you do draw your planes or whatever in the first turn or two, you can't necessarily cast anything.
Yeah, your deck is like 4 Cavaliers. There's none in hand. There's like some issues.
Byron's got a pretty good start here. He's gonna be able to drop the Loam Speaker. He's gonna be an okay shape.
Just looking for action, any type of additional threats at this point. Although the Loam Speaker by itself is definitely something. Although it's about to go into the graveyard, I guess. We're gonna edict here.
So admittedly, Springbok is definitely a very high-level player. He's someone who I respect the skill of. He gets a mythic, essentially every month kind of thing. And he loves aggressive sabotage. I don't know. I feel like I could totally see why it's good, right? When you could ping.
That's interesting that yeah. I mean, I saw those in the pool and I was kind of wondering, were they just 14th pick sort of last pick sort of cards, or were they actually more of a priority?
Well, it's interesting because we were talking how it's a green-white base here, and it is one of the few, like it's one of the cards that Springbok chose to splash, quote unquote, here, right? So yeah, it's pretty interesting.
I guess if you're so he's got the black and the red, right? He's looking for black and the red for the Archangel of Wrath. So if you know that you've got that already, people in this format, or at least in my experience, don't hold a ton of lands outside of like blue decks that have Academy walls. So it's like, I guess you're oftentimes doing a 2-for-1 when you kick that sabotage. 2-for-1 with reach.
Wow, this is pretty good. This is just finding that Archangel now. The meteorite actually comes down, and now like when we do cast the Archangel, it can be double kicked. Like this is looking.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Like we have to kick our thing to save our 2-1 here because you don't have any other action, and also if you don't save your 2-1, then you can't cast your Phalanx next turn. But yeah, looking pretty good for Springbok next turn.
The meteorite's doing everything I wanted it to do.
Yeah, exactly. For the Tsar. He goes for the Tsar, but that Tsar is not sticking around, I would imagine.
Right, because Archangel can just double ping.
Yeah.
Or he's gonna go aggressive, maybe. He's gonna go for the discard. That makes sense, actually. Yeah. Get those cards out of hand right now. And you have the Death Toucher, so the attacks aren't really that great.
The Herbalist will get one of the triggers, but he can, if he wants to, he can just trade, and I think he's going to be ahead on that matchup.
Yeah, this is looking really...
Because then he's left with a Brute Walla that gets pumped for 3, so he's able to attack him. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy.
He's actually going for this. Okay.
Do you guys trade?
I don't think it's too bad. Like, I think like you got to scry in. You also like pump your. I guess it's just pumping the token.
I would for sure trade off the Death Toucher. I would trade. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
oh, sorry. Yeah, the block. I like the trade.
Yeah,
I was wondering if you even like you could wait for the attack.
Oh, I see. Okay. That's interesting. I would have for sure traded there.
Me too. Yeah.
He didn't because he was thinking he wanted 1 extra mana for the Archangel, but I would have. Yeah, like you can play the 5/4 as well next turn, which is fine. You don't necessarily have to Archangel this turn.
Yeah.
And I feel like just trading off the 1/1 for the that's a pretty good trade.
Well, the Czar's not that threatening anymore because I mean it threatens to pump the 2/2, but there's no cards in hand. And maybe you could pump like a Cavalier off the top, but yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think it's like that critical. You get rid of it.
Yeah,
I
mean, this is still
love
good.
this.
Then you got to bash. I mean, you're not the horse ain't blocking well, so
That's true. It's definitely not blocking well, but I guess at least what you double trade with this Rootwalla. Yeah, you're in bad shape if you're
yeah,
in Byron's shoes.
exactly.
Yeah, and it's looking like he is actually running that suite of 4-mana flyers in white: the Coalition Sky Knight, the Sarah Paragon, the Archangel of Wrath, and then the other guy.
Yeah, the Sky Knights are a little interesting in this deck because it's not like there's tons of high power
the Protector
creatures that you necessarily have to enlist with, but
can you declare an attacker with Vigilance and
No.
then enlist it?
Specifically, it says not attacking on enlist.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. That'd be unfair.
It's interesting. I don't even know if it would necessarily or not, but yeah, I can't do that. All right, that's not a bad draw. That's 2 fodder creatures for the horse, but you got to sack 3 things to not just trade with the worm here. So I don't know if I even like this attack. Because if I'm Springbok, I just go, okay, block the 4/5 or the 5/4. You've got to sack multiple things to not trade. Or to not just to not trade.
And it's just to keep up with the life gain from the Archangel of Wrath. Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah, and Springbok's just drawing bangers each turn here.
yeah, this has been a really like good draw, I would say, from the Springbok. Like
for sure.
The discard worked perfectly, like the ratio of lands to have exactly enough to meteorite and then like curve right into, your Archangel and stuff. Like everything has kind of gone according to plan.
I wonder if this is just a chump on the Rootwalla. Yep. Looks like it is.
I guess we're gonna double block the worm. Or no, we're not. We're just taking it.
I forget if Byron's the one with the anthem in the deck with the heroic charge. If you are, then maybe you just like take it. But then it's not even like you have close to lethal anyways. So
Byron does not have a anthem.
Okay.
He's the quadruple Cavaliers.
Man, all of these. What happened to all of the like is it decks and all of the like
There were a number of them. I guess Labgo, who actually just unfortunately went out last round, he had a lot of the Is It cards, and we had one straight up Is It like tempo deck that
I guess there is the Grixis deck we haven't really seen yet, but
there's the concession. All right. Well, yeah, like I said, things lined up well for Springbok there.
Okay. Well, we have a battle. I'm excited. We still have Jesse.exe waiting in the wings of the finals for the losers bracket, who will go on to take on Catharsis, and then this is the semifinals of the losers bracket. It looks like if Springbok can be drawing that well again, he's going to put Byron in a bit of hurt. When I look at the overall card quality of what Byron's bringing to the table versus what Springbok has at his disposal, Byron's really going to have to get out ahead. He's going to need to go like Samite Herbalist or Knight of Dawn's Light into Argivian Cavalier, into like a Griffin Protector or Captain's Call to try and close it out. He's going to have to get a little lucky because the late game favors Springbok substantially.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little bit of an awkward draw. Just mulliganing and then nothing really that explosive. No turn 3 Cavalier. So just not enough threats hitting the board early. So just not enough pressure. I do think that this matchup itself doesn't necessarily favor Springbok automatically. So it'll be interesting to see how this game plays out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree, because like Springbok's deck is a little bit awkward. It's slightly bigger, slightly more powerful, has better cards, but definitely Byron can get a good curve out here. like you said, Seth, there's no Cavaliers in the last game. That's often just like,
Yeah,
how the
I
good
mean, I
the
would
good crew
favor
bouts
Byron
go.
this game. He's on the play.
Yep.
He's got, in my opinion, speaking of card quality, he's got the generically more powerful cards. Not that that means that he's got the better deck necessarily, but
Yeah, it's more Springbok got better top end, but the average card is better, I think, in Byron's deck.
okay.
Send that
Mulligan,
back.
unfortunate start. This
That's
is not what you wanted.
yeah, not what you want, but I think you keep it. You've got Captain's Call and Strength of the Coalition.
Is there a blue touch of blue for something, or that's just like a?
I think that's a domain card. Ooh, this is interesting. Bottoming the LS. I would just bottom a land myself here because you're not that mana hungry in the deck.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's also a few sources that you have. You've got there's a few sources of black in the deck, and that is one of the more powerful things. But maybe it works out if he that's a great draw. If he just doesn't draw lands from here on out, then he'll be happy with that choice.
Yeah, exactly. The knight itself favors keeping a land.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, it's not like it's clearly one way or the other necessarily. So given his set of draws, I'm pretty happy with the choice.
Yeah, totally.
So the blue themes seems like it could be for the kick to stall for time.
Gotcha.
Oh, okay. Is that in the deck, the stall for time?
I actually don't know, but it was in the deck list. But that's the only thing that would require blue.
And, like we were saying, this is a really slow start from Springbok, right? Like, there's not much going on. A removal spell that currently, it can hit something if they play the Sentry this turn, but...
It's interesting which 4-drop you play. I'm really thinking you want to go for this carrion call, knowing that there could be a destroy evil on the other side of things.
Yeah, I think so too. Also, you've got the Strength of the Coalition, which means even if they play a big blocker, your attacks are still really good next turn.
The other side of it, maybe like you're trying to like set up your 1-drop, which just got drawn, but I just like going for this carrion call, and it looks like he's going through that. Byron's going through that thought process and has come up with the correct decision, I think.
And then I was going to say, I imagine we just cycle the stall for time here.
So you can play the untapped land and go Coalition Sky Knight, which is interesting. But I think this is fine too, because then you get turn 5 Meteor to kill the Knight if he taps out here, which I would. I mean, I would go Llanowar Dude and 2 kicked +1s.
Yeah, this is the type of draw where we see the awkwardness of Springbok's deck. Just a little bit slower, not everything firing like it was in the previous game. Some 5-mana cards, but it's going to be hard to actually deploy those before the game ends. And the Sky Knight, because we're not attacking, a 4-mana 2/2 flyer, as a defensive play is not that attractive.
It's a lot of damage. This is
it's honestly close to lethal.
Yeah, this is like 10 damage. He puts him at 5. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Oh wow. Okay.
So if we kicked it, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a reason to kick it there when you're just going to play the 4/4, but
yeah, I think because we had another play, I'm fine with just playing the.
Totally.
Well, now this does represent lethal.
So he's going to block the 4/4, but then it's just lethal, right?
Yeah, just game.
4/4, exactly. Wow. Good for you, Byron. All right. Good game, too. And he had the mole, too. He got a little bit lucky with the draws, but it's nice to see the moles not always losing.
Yep, exactly.
Noticeably, had he not carrying called and played the Magnagoth Sentry, this game would probably have been completely different.
Yes, big time.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Good job, Byron. Wow, good game. That was fun. Yeah, the smallest stumble from Springbok, and he wasn't able to kind of keep up with the aggression from Byron here.
Yeah, it's actually a really that key turn is a really important concept. I think just like when your opponent's already like kind of behind, not giving them an opportunity to use their mana, and like it's a very specific situation there where it's like, well, if they have Destroy Evil, but like another example is like letting them use an Essence Scatter, right? Where maybe they're holding that up, and like you can punish that by playing, I don't know, a card draw spell or something. Like a lot of games it's kind of a hidden thing, but a lot of games are decided by that.
Yeah.
Hard to see in the moment, though.
Yeah, and because this particular format, you have access to the card pool, it makes it maybe even slightly more clear cut.
Yep.
If you find yourself in a key decision and you're looking through some potential instant speed effects, my opponent hasn't done anything the first 3 turns of the game. You should be thinking, what can they possibly do here to kind of, use, because using your mana is such a big part of the early turns. If you just don't use your mana the first few turns, then you're going to be behind.
Ooh, okay, so interesting set of hands here. Powerful, if we inherit green source to get our lands, really pretty good hand. If not, it's going to stumble a little bit with 2 removal spells that hit the Defiler, but we've just got Argivian Cavalier into Captain's Call. So
yeah, now we've kind of seen both sides of it, where we've seen some gambling keeps and some more conservative mulligans. This was like definitely the gambly keep side of things.
All right. Well, we also just drew strings to the coalition to go with our tokens. So it's going to be a close one. Because Springbok is going to be able to kick the Archangel next turn if they would like to, and that really puts a damper on what's happening. And the turn where Byron goes for either the Defiler or the 4/4 is going to be a pretty big tempo blowout, because they're going to tap 5 or 6 mana, or 5 or 4 mana, and then Springbok's going to get to nab something with the Destroy Evil and maybe even play something else. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, this will be basically a similar situation to the last game, presumably, where we're going to have Byron's going to have this turn 4 decision of Carrion's Call, or the Sentry, or maybe they just want to try to be less mana efficient. But yeah, it's going to be one of those 2 plays, I assume. But with double Destroy Evil, any type of big creature is going to get answered. So going for the Carrion's Call, I like it. Just trying to set up for your strength and not even attacking. I think that's the best possible decision, considering the cards.
Ooh, awkward turn there where couldn't cast anything because tap land means can't cast Meteorite. You could cast the Angel and not kick it. It's also going to be interesting here to see what if they play the Defiler or the Sentry, right? Just your opponent has 2 Destroy Evils, they've got open mana.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I would have potentially just made a big attack here.
Me too.
I don't know the logic behind playing the Defiler before combat necessarily.
Yeah, now we even okay, we're playing that first. Not a bad play.
The less valuable threat first. You could have went Meteorite and then opened up the double pump from the Archangel next turn.
All right, things are this game is swinging a little bit now. I mean, the 5/4 is a pretty good size.
Yeah, and attacking all doesn't do too much here. You can trade it, you attack all, you cast the strength, you pick it. They trade 2 creatures if they block right anyways, and you're left with 3 2/2s, which isn't all that good. So yeah, I think not knowing cards in hand, obviously this is what I would do as well. It's not gonna line up. Either play doesn't line up particularly well, to be honest, but at least this one, your opponent has to either choose to kick the Angel or cast Destroy Evil.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm curious what we do here with Springbok's choice, because we could Meteorite, kill the Cavalier. I guess it's gonna be Archangel, but maybe he wants to get greedy in Archangel, for double kicker.
4/4. Yeah, this is actually gonna work out pretty well for Byron then, because you kill the 2/2, and then you can strength cleanly, and at very least, yes, the 4/4 is going to die at some point, but you do get to make a exchange on the ground here. You get to kill the 5/4, so it doesn't pressure you as hard.
Yeah, but just these lands are killers here.
Kind of killer,
and also not for some reason. I feel like Byron he never draws his black mana. We've seen other games where he's just had the black mana in hand at the end of the game, or has a black card in just one anyways. But this game, it's actually going to cost him, I think. Ooh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's kind of... I don't actually understand that block personally, necessarily. Like, because why not put the 5/4 in front of the 1/1? Like,
Yeah.
what's the downside there?
Okay,
Because
so
a
he
pure
goes
race,
face.
a pure race opens the door, right, for like some things to happen. Like, what if Byron
Exactly.
just draws another strength of the coalition or whatever? I don't know.
I imagine. Oh wow, Griffin Protector. Okay, yeah, that makes some amount of sense. I was gonna say, I imagine they go for the Destroy Evil here because kicking Archangel wouldn't actually be amazing here.
He
All right,
gets the
Cavaliers.
Cavalier and the kicked coalition here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tight game.
Yeah, but already down to 7 though. Archangel can go face, so it's actually just lethal with the flyer already in play, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That
yeah,
being
it's
said,
Exacxies. If he doesn't block
Yeah.
with the 2/3, he has Exacxies. Uh-oh.
Oh wow. All right.
yeah, this is weird because he didn't
Well-
block at all last turn, but now he's getting more.
Well, he's
greedy,
going to be
but
able to save the flyer with the
Yeah,
Destroy Evil.
Yeah, he's got the
No-
Destroy Evil. So,
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true.
but is he?
Where's he gonna put it though? Yeah, I wonder.
He's
Yeah,
got
he
to
does
put it on
there.
the flyer. Yeah, on the one block by flyer.
Yeah, and then Byron's basically tapped out, so you can just say like, okay,
Yeah,
there's not much for a single green mana that punishes me. I have the line for lethal. Oh, are they gonna get hasty here? Kill the 4/4 for some reason? Because
I guess it's lethal either way. Technically,
yeah. Well, they could block. Oh, they do. Well, doesn't this open the door for a good block though?
Well,
Because
the two. Oh no, wait, you're right.
yeah,
Yeah, you're totally right. Because I was thinking they wouldn't get the counters, but they do. Yeah, those get counters, so now you're not dealing any trample
oh, we just go for
necessarily.
the.
Oh, okay, he's got the 3/1 and the 5/4
Well, this
attacking.
still isn't lethal, right?
No, because Archangel goes to face.
Yeah,
so.
it is lethal. It is lethal because
Oh, well, yeah.
even if he
I was
blocked
thinking
the
he was
3,
going to block.
yeah.
Well, if he blocked, then he would
Wait.
have only taken 2, and he would have gone down to 1, and then he would
Oh
have
no,
been
you're
able to
right.
get back.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Oh yeah,
lethal.
because the other man had to kick it twice. Yeah, so either way it doesn't matter too much. Okay, fair enough. So yeah, no, that's actually the right. I think Byron made the right play. You just play as if they don't have Angel because you can't beat Angel there anyways. There's no block that makes you beat Angel. So.
All righty. Well, great match from our losers bracket semifinalists. We just saw Springbok take on Byron there, and we're going to get to see Springbok, which is one of Seth's students, take on Jesse, one of Alex's students, in the finals of the losers bracket, where Catharsis sits upon his throne waiting for his next opponent.
Nice.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. These guys have been battling. Springbok has been really fighting his way after losing. Oh, he actually just got his redemption game. He is
Nice.
Oh, no. He beat Byron round 1. Then Byron came back. So Springbok lost to Archmaster, who lost down here to Byron. Very interesting to kind of see the back and forth. So we get to see Springbok go take on Jesse here shortly. It's going to be an interesting matchup because Jesse actually has that kind of grindy Esper deck we were talking about. This is Springbok. This is that grindy Esper deck we were talking about with the walls, herd migration, Strider. This one's also really interesting, and I kind of hate it, but I gotta respect it.
What's the hate?
What's the hate? I hate losing like this personally. It's one of the things that makes me very frustrated. No one has been an overperform for Jesse. Is this Tattered Apparition? What's your guys' experience been with it in the format?
I haven't loved it. I've played it when I've been like a control deck that's extremely threat light, and I just like needed something, but hasn't been particularly good. I don't think.
Yeah, similar experiences. I generally don't play it. But it is like a win condition. If the games go longer, it starts to look a lot better.
Yeah, totally.
So it's kind of like a matchup thing. Like if I'm playing against, for instance, the wall deck, I think it's actually quite good against that particular deck because it's a flyer that gets past the walls,
Mhm.
and then if your opponent has another flyer, like it's almost like a must answer threat. So yeah, it can have some uses.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, at least in the matches that we've watched so far, it's been exactly as you described. His deck is somewhat threat light to finish the game. So he actually hasn't, it doesn't seem like he's won a bunch of his games via damage. It's been mostly milling with a single coral colony too, but he's been able to get it back a couple times with the repossession. That's a lie. He's been winning either milling or the herd migration has won him a bunch of games. But it's been super interesting. And I think they might be ready to go soon, not just yet, though. We might be giving them a little bit of a quick second to get a breather and get set up and stuff like that. So we got Jesse here on the Esper Defender grind deck and Springbok on his almost three-ish colors. I don't know how I'd describe this. Like white, green, win with rares deck.
Yeah, it's like a white deck with some black, some green cards.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I feel like when you get the opportunity to get a bunch of cards that are in your colors, like it's always winds up being a more steady draft than the ones where you're like, oh, I can make these common and uncommon package work. Okay. And I think this also is a testament to just how good white is in the format, because all of the top decks that we've been looking at, every single one of them, what's the common thread here is, well, maybe Jesse less so, but 3 of the 4 touched heavily on white to build their decks.
Yeah,
So
white's pretty strong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys have a favorite color pair?
White doesn't fall into any of the like don't draft archetypes for me. Like
Yeah.
I tend to avoid like we said, red, black, and then I also just haven't had a lot of success with blue, green either. That's like maybe debatable one. But yeah, whites. I mean, that being said, I'm still surprised how much white green specifically we've seen, because I haven't seen it. Like it shouldn't be as frequent as it is in this particular draft. But that just goes to show you, like, different. You have to adapt. Not every draft experience is going to be the same.
Right. Yeah. I had similar thoughts.
I would also say that I am not positive. I think each of the 2 heavy white green decks that we were looking at that got to the final 4 were from separate pods. So it's not like each of these guys were, white green deck in their pod. At least,
well, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That'd
be a very weird thing if all of them were from the same pod.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's been interesting to kind of see everyone navigate through all these different games. And for anyone watching, if you're not familiar with what Esporter is essentially video game rec leagues. It's kind of like a rec league, it's kind of like a master class, it's kind of like a tournament, but it's all fun. The past month, all of our participants have been learning from our professional coaches, Mr. Seth Manfield and Alex Nikolic. They've been able to go through deck text, sealed deck reviews, gameplay reviews, all the different deck archetypes in DMU, as well as in the broader limited ecosystem. If you want to learn more about what we've got going on at Esporter, check us out at esporter.win. Come join our Discord, talk to us about it. We're happy to kind of fill you in with what we've got going on. So we're just a couple minutes away now from moving into the finals of our losers bracket. So our last couple matches of the day, where we have our competitors who have been battling it out all day long, about to go through the throes of their last few matches. All right, guys, where's your money? On Jesse or on Springbok?
Well, I mean, I'm obviously gonna put my money on Springbok, but
Yeah, all right, Alex, you got to take Jesse then.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't see any reason not to.
You got to stick with your own students. That's totally
I'm gonna stick with my horse. So
nice.
Awesome. Yeah, well, we are looking at the guys battling it out for the 3rd place game, and then whoever wins, whoever goes up to face Catharsis in the finals, is actually going to have to win 2 times. So we're going to have 2 best of 3s, and we'll kind of be able to power through those pretty quickly in the end. That is the benefit of being the victor of the winners bracket. And he really did have a pretty long day with some grueling matches. I think, look at this. Almost all of them were 2-1s going into the last one against Jesse, which is a 2-0. So I guess that bodes well if Jesse does come out the victor against Springbok here. Cool. That's exciting. All right. So we're almost ready to get this one going. And we should be started here shortly. Give us just one more minute to get everything going. All right, we're actually going to go to a quick intermission. We'll give you guys a quick 2 minutes, and then we'll hop into the finals of the losers bracket with Jesse and Springbok.
Sweet. Sounds good.
All right, we're back, and we're going into the finals of the losers bracket between Jesse and Springbok. Good hand. Good starting hand.
Solid hand for sure.
What do you think of the Pixie? I have not been playing the Pixie, but I've seen a lot of people play it today.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I see it as kind of like emergency mode fixing, right? Where I think if you're really low on lands or mana workers, yeah, you can make it, put it in your deck to make it work. And maybe that's what these players feel. Their colors are kind of all over the place, and they do need some luck to make it work. But I think most of these mana bases I've seen are reasonable. I wouldn't necessarily feel I need to lean on them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and as much as I love the mana worker in sealed, I actually feel like I dislike it just as much in draft. Just because it seems to me, or at least in the decks that I've been building, probably because I've been tending to build more aggressive decks, it's just too inconsequential.
I found it to be pretty good generally.
Okay, that's good. Maybe I got to check myself then, because I'm never like really upset, but I always try and include something that just does the job a little better. But I've also been finding myself lately in more streamlined aggressive decks.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah, I'm finding that I know people talked about this like a couple of days into the format, but green red has been open like a lot and kind of continues to be open, especially if you take it relatively aggressively through like pack 2, and then by pack 3 you're just getting everything.
Yeah, and we got both players here, just like no haymakers by any means, but they've got their mana, which is a nice place to be. I'm glad that both players have their mana here.
I mean, I look at kind of the composition of their hands right now, and this one more. Oh, okay, this Joda's Codex for Springbok is already down to costing 1, so I think he might be in a good position here. I don't think I could get. I don't think I care about trading Mana Worker for Pixie here.
Yeah, that's my thought too. Yeah, I think if I'm to call a person who's in the lead here, I do think that since both of these hands are pretty slow, there's nothing really going on action-wise other than a few interaction spells and card draw. I do think Springbok probably is advantage because of the Jodas Codex, although that kind of changes now that we've drawn Herd Migration, so a lot closer now.
Yeah, geez, that's brutal. Well, that's brutal for Springbok. That's great for Jesse.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, the Herd Migration is just it's so funny too, because such a powerful card, something you get early in a draft, you definitely want to build around. I don't think I've ever seen it cast for its 2 mana mode in Limited.
Yeah. I mean, you do it if you really need to, but
this is a hard one. This is a really hard one. Like, into my opponent's open mana, I think I put out Codex. I think I'm probably too scared to play my Worm as my only other threat right now.
I think I would too. I was gonna say, I don't think you want to do that one. Oh, interesting. Doesn't cast anything there.
Maybe there's just the Shadow's Prophecy in the graveyard. So
yeah, and you just figure you can kill the 3/1 next turn if you need to.
Mm-hmm.
That's reasonable.
Is Bone Splinters an instant?
No, it is a sorcery.
Okay. Yeah, interesting progression there for Jesse to not make a play there.
Yeah, I don't think it's too bad at all. I think it's fine to just wait. We are gonna get a little bit punished here. Not for not for waiting in particular, but just for casting your trick into open mana. I do think you have to maybe go for this just because you're falling a little bit behind, and you do get the conscript back, so it's not the end of the world. But
yeah, right choice by Springbok to have the bite down be on the Worm and not the sleeper.
Right?
Well.
Yeah, exactly. Really smart. There is some consideration of being like, oh, do I want to target my less valuable creature? In case they have, whatever, like, if I target my more valuable creature and they have an interaction spell, it's pretty bad. But no, I mean, I think that's a great choice.
Yeah, I think with the Codex in hand, honestly, with the Herd Migration though, 4 3/3s is pretty brutal.
Yeah, totally. Huh. Okay.
All right, slam the migration.
Yeah, we're in a good spot now. the Codex is good in a long game, but the Elephants, they close the game pretty darn quickly.
Mm-hmm. That being said, Springboks got the Defiler, the Sarah Paragon, and the Archangel. So although the Archangel doesn't cleanly 1-to-1 anything, she does at least get rid of a 3/3.
Yep.
Oh gosh.
All right.
Yeah, you're kind of just in like damage control
mode. I mean, there's definitely draws Springbok can have to have this be okay,
That might be one of them.
That's one of them. Yeah, definitely. That's probably the best thing you could have drawn. Yeah, get your free draw first. No reason not to.
You're just getting rid of one of the 3/3s here, right? Or do you get rid of the Chaplain?
Probably the 3/3s. You get like the Chaplain making burns doesn't matter that much because you got a 3/4 lifelinker in play.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we're in top deck mode, and Springbok should be favored here. I think I might be attacking. Yeah, I wanna win.
I don't know if I would do that. I think that opens you up to too many just like risky things. You got the Codex in play, you stabilized. I don't think I like taking 6 damage there, but
boy, how many more lands are in the deck, really?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, now your comment about stabilizing makes a lot more sense, right? Because
Right.
you hit a couple of lands, and it's like, oh
Yeah.
crap! I wish I didn't attack there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what can you do?
Okay, a bit of a whiff here from Jesse after a couple consecutive turns of some good cards. Ooh, Root Wall is a good pickup.
Yeah.
And he has infinite mana to
Yep.
negotiate with.
I was gonna say this protected negotiator is not gonna do a ton, I imagine.
I think, yeah, I mean, at least like taxing for 4 is like, that's fine. You get a 1/1.
Like, especially when you've got Rootwall in play, the opponent's like, Springbok's gonna be tapping some mana at some point. You might get something.
I think I block here and just go to get my conscript back.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, this is really close though.
Yeah, this is coming down to the wire.
Yeah, it's a good game. When Urg, wow, Urg is actually a really good draw because now you've got a little bit of a life buffer too.
Yep.
I would just send with everything.
Send takes 3, eats 3/3, and then you got Urg, and you start tossing lands.
Oh yeah, I think you should attack with the 1/1 too.
Oh yeah, because he's blocking the 3/3.
Exactly. At least I guess this means Urg gets the opponent has to use the Destroy Evil on their turn to kill the Urg, but
okay, gets a scry with the grotto. Puts it on the bottom. It looks like there's a molten sanctuary.
Oh, no attacks. Wow. No attacks, and we are letting the Urg live? That's a little surprising to me. Okay, we're not. We're going for... Yeah, that's fine. But if Jesse just passed priority there, he gets a surveil, so... All right, nothing.
It's still close, but you have to think Springbok wins. He just gets 2 cards a turn. Is just
two cards a turn. You got to fly. Yeah, now it's probably going to be over. I imagine.
Oh, there's the whatever, the staller.
Yeah, the stall for time too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's just over at this point though.
Jeez, Sarah Paragon looking like Lear over here. Jeez.
Yeah, exactly. Draws infinite cards.
Springbok is really looking to set himself up to be our first 2-time Esporter champion. He still has a little bit of an uphill battle, though. Oh, that's a good draw.
Yeah, it is.
He still doesn't have an attack to push through, but at least he gets maybe. What are you tapping down here?
Probably the Sarah Paragon. Oh, interesting. Not the
I
Sarah
actually, I was gonna say, like, is it the okay? Well,
All
he
right.
sees the writing on the
Yeah, they're
wall.
like, all right, cool.
tight. So
exactly.
one of the interesting things that Varun was doing was actually making a concerted effort to change the deck on the play versus on the draw. I think Smash to Dust is definitely a good include against the Defender's deck. That makes sense.
Decides, nope, maybe not. Well, I think you've got enough red sources in there to play it. I think it's probably fine, but maybe you just feel your main deck's good enough. There's nothing you want to swap out. Maybe I can see that both those things being true.
I mean, honestly, with the number of bombs, well, I was gonna say, does the bite down make an appearance? But you don't have a lot of 4 power things to actually remove the flyers.
Yeah, that's the problem there.
I did like, especially with all your 1/1s, I like the Battle Rage Blessing.
Yeah, that's not bad. I can see that bringing that in. Brings the Tata. Yeah, do a lot of like mixing, matching, a little bit of this, a little bit of that in the sideboard here.
Who is your chosen avatar?
I have the Jace one from, there was that event last winter where you did, it was like the marathon or the decathlon or whatever.
Yep.
Where you do like the 10 events, and if you do all 10, or like if you win a certain amount of the 10, you get like the special Jace the Mind Sculptor one. So proudly have that one.
Nice.
How about you?
I actually always used to use original Jace for like a long
nice.
time, and then I switched to Ugin because I like Ugin.
Ooh, Ugin's good, yeah.
I like that he also just takes up the whole screen, so it's really imposing. Okay, Jesse, out to the races right now. He's gonna be able to slam a wall.
Yeah, Springbok's got a good hand though. Springbok's got rare into rare, or mythic rare into rare even.
Yeah, it's crazy. Mythic, yeah, it's like mythic rare into big threat. And the mana to do it all.
Yep.
He picks up a mana worker and a land, which means it probably was also land. So that was a bad prophecy, but at least he got through some of the junk. I also love this Cult Conscript. This was a card that I heard Ethan talking about on Lords of Limited, what, like a month ago, like right when the set came out in the first episode. They're like, everyone's undervaluing this, and I was like, oh, I'm definitely undervaluing this.
Yeah, it's good.
Pick 7, pick 8. Like I should pick this up more often.
Yeah, it's the kind of card that, like, you know, we kind of see these kind of cards once in a while, and they're sometimes good, sometimes bad, or sometimes medium. But yeah, definitely, this one is a good one.
I feel like it's because it's a 2/1 body. It's like a relevant attacker, a decent-ish blocker, good sack fodder.
Yeah, those a bunch of good things.
Okay, the Defiler comes down. He's going to be able to get the 1/1 off of the Paragon come in next turn. Well, just kidding. We'll get killed immediately.
I was going to say, you...
Yeah. Are you sure about that? Yeah, Jesse's suite of removal definitely sets him up to be able to win these longer games.
This match has been interesting though, because I think, like, both from what we've seen so far, it's been very you know, I think the other games kind of played out as we're, you know, bird's eye viewing this. We're like, oh, look, we can see how the matchup might go based on just like what the players are doing. And I think this one's very much just like, anybody's game. They're both kind of grindy. The game's gonna go on for a while, you know. So
it's funny in these matchups. It's wild what a difference maker the Codex actually makes.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like these are the matchups where it's just like so good in.
Seth's favorite card, the Meteorite, which has been surprisingly impactful.
I mean, it's been good for Springbok, right? Like it's fixed the mana. It's been, like, you know, it's got the double kicker, so. Yeah, and again, we're at this like kind of grindy part of the game. I do think like Springbok is like super favored because of this codex, but
Yeah, it's good. Destroy evil. It's going to
yeah.
be able to. Could he have protected that? No, he couldn't have.
Yeah, even if we had the mana pre-combat to play the apparition and hold it up, we couldn't. So
Oof, brutal. That one's pretty brutal for Jesse.
yeah. Brutal among a bunch of other brutal things in this game that have happened. Oh yeah, and speaking of which, just like drawing
no double blue,
yeah, no double blue, and it's like, all right. It's interesting though that Springbok has held this Paragon for as long as they have, right? Just like
I feel like he's waiting for better graveyard value.
yeah. Doesn't want to just run it into a removal spell.
So if you're casting something like a Prodigy from the graveyard, can you pay its kicker spell? Its
Yeah,
kicker
you can.
cost?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is kind of cool.
But that's pretty good. Being able to kick the sleeper here and get rid of the wall is pretty nice. Toss the mana worker probably. Oh, get the Prodigy back from Sarah Paragon next turn.
Yep.
I like that. It's a good play.
It's pretty nice, yeah. Yeah, unless, I don't know. I can't, one of the things I'm always thinking about and talking about is just like, what's my line to victory in this game that I'm losing? And I don't know if Jesse has one, to be honest, right? It's just, there's a lot that you have to fight through here.
Yeah, because even if he draws like his second blue source, like he really ideally doesn't. Oh gosh, I was gonna say he doesn't want to draw lands right now.
Right, yeah. It's not even a land that's like helpful. At least the blue source there would do something,
Yeah, we're on the flip side. Like Springbok's getting 2 cards a turn. He's like getting removal.
Yep, yep, exactly.
Yeah, here it's kind of barely worth doing the taxing. But he does have the mana for the Prodigy. Yes, it's probably Springbok leaning towards a Springbok victory pretty soon here.
Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah, the Prodigy's card I think has wound up being really fun and a lot better than. I mean, I actually thought it was going to be good from the start, but even outside of like the deck it was intended to be in, green blue kind of thing, it's just so impactful in like any green deck.
Yeah, but the thing is too, it's just like not that hard to fit in. Like this is true for all the kicker cards, but it's just like not that hard to fit in a few sources for whatever kicker card you want.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, he does get the herd migration. A single additional mana gets him 4 3/3s.
That's solid.
Nothing. And let's be real, Springbok could potentially deck himself. He's probably somewhere around 10 to 12 cards.
I mean, yeah, Jesse is at 20 life, right? So it's like.
Yeah, at what point do you start thinking like, ooh, I gotta be less greedy here?
Yeah, I would be thinking about it now because I think the only way you lose is decking at this point, most likely. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I like this push here because I also, if I'm Jesse, I am not very excited about blocking with my chaplain.
Right, totally. Yeah, I do think from Springbok's point, like this is a really good turn, just a really good point just to turn the corner. Yeah, the thing is here, even if this herd migration does resolve, I mean, I'd probably be going like, sure. You know, at this point, it's just like not that big of a deal. Like, I have a counter spell on hand. Like, if Springbok did, would I even kill it? I don't know, you know?
Oh, interesting. He goes for 2 walls. I mean, I get it. It makes sense. It's unfortunately still doesn't really do enough. I almost think the Writhing Necromaster should have been one of the picks.
Well, it's tough because the Necromaster doesn't even really get in. It just kind of just gets blocked. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
Tough to say.
Yeah, I don't know what's exactly right, because I guess you're right. The barricades block as well as the Necromaster does in this specific situation. That sabotage like could represent surprise lethal.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's like just or Springbok's just going off here.
He's going off so hard he forgot to draw cards. Maybe he stopped. Maybe now's when he's like pumping the brakes. Like,
Yeah, that's like
be
all right,
reasonable.
it's a bit too far, but he goes sabotage.
I feel like the second island's gonna come now. He did also toss an island earlier,
Ooh,
or he
yeah.
milled it with the Eerie Soul Thunder. I was gonna say it's real close if I want to keep drawing, but I think for these last like 2 turns, it's like, yeah, you just gotta get out an overwhelming amount of resources.
Yeah,
Peck
I
in where
agree.
you can.
Totally.
Yeah, and then with the root wall of pump, there's probably no stopping it. Oh, that does open up the herd migration.
Yeah.
Whoa. But I actually don't even hate him rolling dice. Oh my god. Well,
Yeah,
punished.
that's it.
Punished.
Just like, yeah. Well, I mean, that's it. Like, it's like even if you play the herd migration, they've got infinite ground blockers, right? So yeah.
Well, great match to Springbok and Jesse. That was a lot of fun to kind of watch them duke it out through the finals of the losers bracket. Congratulations, Springbok, to be our first participant to go to the finals in back-to-back splits. It's super exciting to see you there. And you're gonna have to take on Catharsis. Did he play him earlier? I don't think you played him yet. Nope. Doesn't look like it. So it's going to be a net new matchup for everyone watching. Catharsis again on that white-green beatdown deck, and Springbok on a more controlling win with rares deck, but base white. I do want to say a big thank you to Alex Nikolic for coming on and helping us commentate through a lot of today's bracket. It was a lot of fun to have you, Alex. We always appreciate you.
Of course.
Alex does these often, so keep an eye out and a ear to the ground for the next time Alex is hosting a split. I'm sure he would love to have you. Alex, real quick, what do you think works well about this experience, this kind of the Esporter splits in general, or what do you like about it?
Oh, I think the best thing about it is that it's kind of, when somebody's looking to get better at Magic, just in general, I think the go-to thing is, read an article, listen to a podcast, whatever it is. And that's great. I mean, I love that stuff. I think that is a really good way to get better at Magic. But it only goes so far because, at some point, getting that feedback for your personalized, like, what do you as a player really need to improve, and where are the holes in your game? I think just like having those conversations, being able to like get that instant, like, oh, look at that draft, like, well, look at this draft, and it's like, here's what I put it in differently, kind of illuminates you to stuff that you might not have been aware of. So I think that's a really big part of what you get out of anytime you join a split.
And if you want some of that personalized feedback, if you want to join and get to play in fun tournaments like this, check us out at esporter.win. We're going to take a quick break, give our guys a second to do their thing before we hop into the finals of Esporter's DMU Championship. Alex, thank you again, and we will see you soon on the next one. And we'll be right back for everyone still watching for the rest of the tournament. Welcome back to the Esporter Dominaria United Split Championships. We are in the final match now between Springbok from Seth's team and Catharsis from Alex's team. Alex
sick.
Unfortunately had to head out, but I'm very happy to have one person from each team duking it out.
Oh yeah, that's how it should be, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. So we just saw Catharsis with a snap keep, and we switch over to Springbok, who also
that was a snap mulligan and a snap keep. Yeah.
That was rough. He had to put the codex back. I guess he was thinking, hey, I have the early game. I would rather not. I'll worry about the later game later. There's not a whole lot that shuffles your deck in the format. So, like when something goes to the bottom, you kind of never see it again.
Yeah, he did draw the wall guy. I mean, but yeah, it's hard to see it again. And Codex, you don't really want to draw it as like one of your last few cards, anyways. But it was an interesting choice because I would have considered keeping it, but it's a gamble. But at the same time, like it is a way to get ahead. But the Vine Shaper Prodigy, in theory, can help do that as well. So understandable.
Yeah, especially because you know that your combos with like Sarah Paragon can just, if you just continually trade off the Prodigy, can set you up for a good position there.
Yeah, I mean this 4/3 is a pretty good creature, I would have to say.
It gets exiled once it comes back from the grave. Is that right?
Yeah, but I mean you still can use it twice. I mean you could just a Citizen's Arrest away the 2/2, but looks like probably just to make some 1/1s, or we could Cavalier here, which I don't mind either.
Yeah, I like getting down the tap land and Cavalier.
So we saw the Destroy Evils be good in an earlier match here. They're still good, but setting it up for with the Death Toucher seems good.
Ooh, Love Song. We actually haven't seen Catharsis draw a Love Song all day in the matches that we've watched. I am a fan of this card. I like this card a lot. I think actually in this matchup, giving Springbok the draw might be worse than in other matchups. But if you were to skip,
it's also kind of contextual to the hand. Like it seems like when you have more gas than your opponent does, you generally don't want to be using the card draw effects as much.
Sure, that makes sense. Right? Because it's like you already have options for each of your turns. You don't really want to let them fix whatever they need to fix or find whatever they need to find. We'll see what he chooses though. He does choose to skip it.
Yeah. Well, he's got the Destroy Evil, which destroys an enchantment, so it could have killed it. But looking for, I think waiting is correct. He could have also traded the 2/2 for the 4/3, but that seems kind of bad as well. But yeah, I mean, the Destroy Evil is not quite as good as, we're having to try to set those up. And also, this is kind of smart. It looks like the idea here is from Catharsis, is to play around Destroy Evil. He's got the card on his mind, and there's 2 copies in Springbok stack, which makes it even more likely that, twice as likely he's got it. But I mean,
yeah, and if you're putting him on it, it's pretty easy.
I can just tell. Sometimes you can tell when you're watching a game when a card is on their mind, and just the quickness that he's like, no, I don't want to put like another counter on my 4/3 and stuff like that. It feels like he's thinking about
it. I could totally see that. Ooh, that Sarah Paragon is actually pretty dang good with Divine Shaper Prodigy in the graveyard. It's going to get arrested and probably not going to be able to even make that play.
Yeah, have to cast it here for sure.
Oh, he has access to the Mana Worker. That's great. So at least he gets a little bit of value, but it looks like Catharsis is going to be able to deal with that immediately.
Yeah, but I mean...
Oh, you don't think he does?
Oh, no, he does definitely deal with it, but like, it was definitely good.
Right, like you come out of that exchange up a mana worker. Yeah,
Right.
down your turn worth of mana, but it's
I
still,
mean, we also got 2 triggers on the 2/2 Death Nudge, but I mean, the problem is the flyers, no real answer to them for Springbok. Okay, well,
might be able to find one.
yeah, I mean, I'm curious if we're tag team blocking the 5/4 trample. It doesn't seem too bad to do it.
6 is kind of scary. 6 is pretty low.
Yeah. I wonder if he would have wanted to consider Shadow Prophecy main phase. I get kind of wanting to, like, potentially not, but now, okay, he's gonna. Oh, right, he's gonna go for this. This makes a ton of sense. Yep. I was talking about the destroyed enchantment earlier that I just like, yeah.
Totally forgot about it.
Yeah, no, that's
this is a blowout. Yeah,
that's a game changer right there.
It also allows him to save some life to actually cast the prophecy without fear.
So well set up right there. Because like I feel like if he goes for the shadow prophecy, also it's more likely you're going to be facing like an attack with everything or something. So it makes sense. Does he shadow prophecy now? Probably, right? Yeah. Yeah, but that was big. That was a big play. I don't think Catharsis. So I think Catharsis. Maybe I'm obviously reading into this wrong, but like it felt like he was thinking about it before. But then at the same time, it's like, can you really play around Destroy Evil in that situation? Right? It's so tough.
This is lethal with the stall, right? Because the stall is tap 2 guys. You tap the 2/2/2s.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if he sees it. Because you could tap the both 2/2s down, and then he only has 3 blockers, so it lets in 2 from the worm, 1 from the worker, 3 from the paragon. I don't know if he sees it. He might see it.
Well, yeah, the worm has trample, right?
Yeah, so he's got a Rudy and the counter guy.
I think he sees it. But does he not have oh yeah, he should. He can cast it, right?
He can cast it. I think he's trying to work out the math in his head right now. Like, all right. Because the kicker just adds stun counters, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. He sees it, and the swing at all should do it here.
Easy.
Wow. Xaxes Springbok storming back with a vengeance through the loser's bracket.
I mean, it's not even, I gotta be honest, like his deck wasn't like jumping out to me when I just saw the card pull. I guess I didn't see the actual deck, but even looking at the actual deck, like the concepts that went into building this, it feels like all right, like he's definitely knows what he's doing. I'm impressed. Yeah.
I think one of the things I've noticed is he actively is making changes when on the play versus on the draw. And I think that that's a very important consideration that I think as you're getting better in your kind of like limited gameplay experience, that being able to know what those changes are is a huge level up. And credit to Varun, he came to us, in his last split. This is actually his second split. He came already a pretty good player. And then at the end of it, he was like, hey, I just broke top 100 Mythic for the first time. And I was like, oh my gosh. He's like, yeah, these tips are helping a lot.
Yeah, he's been, I can tell that. Well, when we do the splits as coaches, you're not always going to get everyone at the exact same spot in terms of what they know, what they don't already know. And so for him, I felt like part of what I was saying here, he definitely already knew, which is good. I mean, it's good.
Sure. But I think it's good that he can sit in there, be able to, like, when you evaluate lines or when you're looking through gameplay things, there's always things to learn and make your own lines just ever so slightly better. And I think that's one thing he's very good at, is just like really being a sponge and absorbing the knowledge and learning from people like you.
I think he did a really good job going back to like what we talked about if you're going to go like a domain deck, you still want to have, you don't want to just be all over the place with your mana base. You still want to have your base colors and then your splashes sort of thing, and not try to do too much. And it seems like his deck is kind of hitting that delicate balance where he's got his base colors and he's got the black splash in there, and then like a little bit of blue splash for the Vine Shaper. And so he's got the kind of right recipe in terms of the mana base, and it's working out.
Interesting cuts there from Catharsis. He took out a Banalish Sleeper as well as one of his Citizens' Arrests, probably saying, okay, he's got all the Destroy Evils. This is not going to be that helpful.
That is an interesting cut, because normally Citizens' Arrest is a card that you would prioritize, but knowing about the 2 copies of Destroy Evil and how they warped that last game, you also want to then be thinking about, are there certain things that you absolutely need to answer or not? And he brought in, I think this is probably a sideboard card, right? The Broken Wings, which makes sense considering some of the flyers we've seen.
This whole four drop slot is all rare and mythic flyers.
Yeah.
This aggressive sabotage might be back-breaking for Catharsis.
I was curious if he was going to go for attacking there or not, versus just simply playing a Saga, getting a 1/1. Then next turn you can pump the 4/3. So there was definitely the option there of not attacking, but we do get our rare back for round 2 as early as next turn. So kind of interesting decision, although this is going to be an interesting mind rot effect, because I know we've talked about Springboks like for this card, but at the same time, it's tough. It's really tough to just take your turn off. Like, he had other plays he could have made. And so now he's just firmly behind in this game.
Yeah, I completely agree, right? He's got a handful of gas, but now you're right, he's sitting in a bad position. He was, is able to, LSL Core is just really, really good as a stabilizing blocker and life-gaining force.
It's been amazing for him. Yeah, it's been really good.
Yeah, I think that he's making the splashes for really cards that he considers to be really impactful in this matchup. And as we saw there,
that's brutal. He went for the draw 2 and just drew 2 lands, which I think it was right to try to like keep the keep things moving, but not drawing any action is kind of backbreaking.
Wow, this also opens up a mana worker into Coalition Sky Knight, and then you can double kick Archangel next turn, which is going to be, that is tough for Catharsis. Catharsis at least gets, okay, so he chooses, I actually think this is maybe a better line for Catharsis than the previous line.
He could have also just Archangeled. Yeah, but I mean, this is looking like it's turning in favor of Springbok.
Yeah, he could, I was going to say he can double spell with the Phyrexian mana of the rare to mythic, but maybe it makes more sense that he did it.
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah. Things are changed. Things have shifted. Now there is a heroic charge and some pumps off the Saga. Don't know that it's going to be enough though, but it is something.
A 5/4, a 4/3, and a 3/2. Okay.
So I mean, if he swings with everything, I think that Springbok is going to have heroic charge in front of his mind at this point.
He's not blocking like he's thinking about it. I think he honestly, like, if I'm in Catharsis's position, I like fast attack all, like I'm tilting.
Yeah, I would have just done it. And sometimes you should do that and just kind of hope your opponent messes up. Here, I would probably put the 5/5 like in front of the 1/1. That seems like a relatively safe block to me to just kill it. But yeah, this was probably not the best block.
Yeah, I think it was pretty suboptimal. It definitely, Springbok is still in a good position to win the game. But I think that was probably, like you said, not optimal blocking for heroic charge specifically.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to clear the board here, get in for 2 damage, and if
Yeah, I mean, that's
Catharsis
really
gets a
good.
land, that's probably over.
Archangel's so strong.
All right. Wow. Incredible. Springbok storming through the losers bracket to push Catharsis to the final best of 3. So this comes down. It's all the marbles go into this next match. All right. So Catharsis's his lead has officially been erased for him going undefeated through the winners bracket. All right, very exciting. Springbok has been piloting his deck like a champion. I think Catharsis, if he gets a little lucky in this next match, he can take it. But Springbok has had a commanding second half of the tournament since his initial loss, I believe in the first round. No, in the second round to Archmaster, who ended up coming in the 5th, 6th spot in the tournament.
All right, so this is it. It comes down to this match, and we do see that meteorite, but we don't see the actual green mana. That's going to be a Springbok's hand has some major problems, but I guess
one more mana, yeah, kind of sets him up that he's okay.
Yeah, but it's just not having the green there for turn 3. He gets to go Sky Knight into meteorite, but it's not what you dream about as your start, right?
I'm definitely not like, oh, come on, give me a first play 4 drop.
Yeah.
But I think he can like salvage and stabilize. This is probably like about as bad of a start as he can get, other than like getting screwed or mulliganing.
Yeah, we've seen him definitely salvage some games, but this one is gonna be. I just haven't. The one card that's been really underperforming in his deck for me has been the Sky Knight. I don't think I've seen it being listed. I've only seen it like stay in hand at the end of the game, or like be played as a 4-mana 2/2 flyer. And 4-mana 2/2 flyer is just simply not good. So maybe we'll see it do some more this game, but.
That's a great point. Its win rate is incredibly low. It's like 54%, 53.7 kind of thing on 17 land. So it's not necessarily a high performing card, but I think for him at least, maybe the thought is like, who's going to be able to deal with 4 mana flyers?
I'm impressed. Kind of going back to how I was saying, I'm super impressed with how he's done, because he's got some cards. If you just look at pure win rates, on 17 lands, the stats on some of his cards are lower comparatively speaking.
Highly questionable.
Yeah. Now I think there he may have had an opportunity to cast a Destroy Evil. I believe, and I may have been mistaken because this is happening quickly, but that flyer was cast post combat there. He could have just killed, and I think that was a playing around Destroy Evil from Catharsis, and then that's why he cast it post combat, and then Springbok decided not to kill it, and now basically similar situation. I believe playing around Destroy Evil to some extent, although I would have probably just flashed in the flyer with kicker here. I think that would have been a solid choice.
This is an interesting choice to go right to the 1/1, because I personally think here, maybe not. I was going to say, I think I would have had them draw in that situation, because I need the cards. I get to see mine first. I get to use mine first. But then again, Catharsis knows well the quality of Springbok's deck, and he probably doesn't want to get him too closer to his bombs.
Yeah, Catharsis is very clearly playing around Destroy Evil there, and he ended up dealing more damage because of it, because actually a lot more damage by doing so. So that was an unintuitive line that I'm quite impressed by, for sure. Now the Archangel was probably the best draw step possible here, but is it going to be enough? I don't think so, but it's.
The life
not bad,
right? Yeah,
it's not bad. Yeah, it could be. It's such a swingy card, and the double kicker here, you get to kill. I guess we could kill the flyer, just double shoot that. That makes a ton of sense.
Oh, and it's 4 lifelink damage. That's silly.
Yeah, the lifelink on it is. Yeah, it's pretty good. That's a game changer, all right. Now, does he risk his angel and throw it in front of the 2/2 here? I mean, it's actually, I think, works out better if he does, because then you have to shoot the angel rather than shooting. Now you have to play the Skyrider, right, and kill the Death Toucher. Think.
I mean, I was literally thinking that. I was like, okay, if he just blocks here, I almost want to get rid of the Death Toucher. But the problem is, like, you have nothing else to deal with the Archangel. So it's like, there's not a. He's kind of Catharsis is in a rough spot with the Archangel, no matter what.
The other thing he could have done here would have just been to pass, like not attack at all, and just pass, and try to Skyrider on the opponent's turn, which might have made more sense.
To bait out the Archangel
because he's got the 4/2, right? He's got the 4/2 to put in front of the 5/4, and if the Archangel does attack, you can just surprise block. So I think that could have worked out better, but interesting.
Oh, yeah, it puts Catharsis in a bad spot. 11-4. It's out of reach of lethal now.
Vine Shaper Prodigy is another. So these have been two amazing draws. Back to back, insane rips from.
He has the kicker mana for it with the meteorite too.
Yeah, because he was out of this game unless he like specifically ripped like he pretty much specifically ripped that Archangel that turn, you know. But that's how Magic can. He's done. It's just kind of funny because that feels like how a lot of his games have gone as well.
Yeah, where it's been like he kind of pulls a rare or mythic off the top, and opponent's like, "Well, shit, I can't do anything about that."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Catharsis. Definitely, his deck has a strong chance to fight against what Springbox got cooking. I think Springbox just got to get a little unlucky.
It's weird. It's so weird. I mean. Yeah, but I mean the rares and mythics do kind of carry. But like the card, it feels like the card quality in Springbox deck is so high variance. You know, like he's got the Mine Rod, he's got the 4-mana 2/2 flyer that doesn't, you know, cannon list but never does. You know, that type of thing. But then he's got, you know, just such a powerful.
I mean, so his rares, so. Archangel, 67.7 win rate. Sarah Paragon, 64.9. And like when you look at cards like that are so game warping, I think they just like take over games. And we've seen that. We've seen like it's just like infinite resources. If there's anything in the graveyard for Sarah Paragon, okay, again, this is the 3-for-1. And the Archangel removal gain life and then steadies the board state. So like we saw he didn't start that game until turn 4.
Yeah, he went 4-mana 2/2 flyer into meteorite into like I don't remember what his next play was, but like it was a 5/4 worm. So like I mean that's a beatable draw certainly for most decks, but that Archangel super swingy.
Yeah, it's I think just the quality of his best cards, his bad cards are average, and his best cards are like game warpingly powerful, and that's probably why we see him able to like come back from these rough starts so effectively. Okay, that's a rough keep.
Okay, that was a quick keep. What looked like a sketchy hand.
Though I think the Weather Seed, he was like, okay, if I get another
land. Weather Seed, but it was I mean, I wonder if that was sometimes also when you're losing, you're less likely to mulligan. You're like, I'm just gonna get there this time. We'll see. I'm not saying this was a bad keep. This is a close keep, but I really hope he draws the third land. If he draws the third land, then I think he's a big favorite. But it has to be like this turn.
Yeah, it has to be now. Oh well, that's okay. Oh god, he doesn't have white mana.
No, he didn't have white. If he had white, I think it's a pretty clear keep because he's got other things to do. Here You've got 2 draw steps to draw the land to really get going. But all right, here we go. I mean,
I think I go. I want the land, but I actually like the pressure. I think. But then again, he's got the 3/1 to block.
Right.
Never mind.
The good news is Springbok's hand is not good.
pretty bad.
Yeah. Although this flyer, I mean,
the universe is trying to give Catharsis everything right now. Like he's got a good next couple of turns. If I actually think
this is needs to be another rare mythic rip type of game.
I was gonna say if he whiffs here, this is like a half whiff. He could be in trouble.
Yeah, I wonder if he tries to play around the destroy evil by, I think he's got it on his mind. I mean, but I mean, I understand this play trying to deal more damage, but it's just going to actually mean dealing less damage because the flyer is going to get hit by the destroy evil.
I feel like that was probably like what Springbok would have waited for anyway. So I don't hate that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it, but it is different than what he was doing last game, which is kind of working for him.
Ooh, great pickup here of the sleep. Oh, he doesn't have the black mana.
Yeah, he doesn't have black, but all right. All right.
I don't think Springbok's any less lucky.
Yeah. Oh, is he actually gonna? I was about to say, there's no way that this is really gonna get enlisted, right?
no shot. I would love the stats on the number of times it's attacked versus been enlisted.
All right. I mean, I don't know if that's the play. I feel like these games are happening in hyperspeed.
They're both playing quick. They're both playing real quick.
It's kind of weird because like you have 5 different spells you could cast in hand. The 4/3 is probably the one I would have played just because it's a very easy, clean block on the 5/4 trample. But
ooh, I would have maybe tossed the spider there because we get it back. I don't really care about the Faith Bonder though, so
yeah. It does look like we are going to a
Game 3, the rubber match in the final match of the day for the finals. We have Springbok taking on Catharsis. Springbok had a tough time on that one. Definitely had a rough draw. I think he had like 9 lands in his first 15 cards kind of thing. But Catharsis has some fight. He's got some life in him. So we are excited to see this final match. Wow. Okay.
I think it's really cool watching the sideboards cards that these guys are, the way they're utilizing their sideboards, because sometimes it's hard for us MTG Arena players that inevitably are doing the premier drafts, the best of 1 drafts. It's sometimes harder to know about how to sideboard, and so while we try to teach it as best we can in the splits, it's also a matter of some amount of past experience, but also some amount of intuition situationally. And so we are kind of seeing that put to work for these guys adapting on the fly.
One thing I'll point out to anyone viewing is that the active change that Springbok has made every single game is aggressive sabotage when his opponent is on the play. So, right, the opponent has fewer resources, the aggressive sabotage becomes significantly more impactful. So that's been an interesting shift that he's done each of his game matches that we've watched. Okay, that's a fine keep. Ooh, a little harder. Okay, yeah. He gets a 2-drop. At least there's some action. Now, land in
this
the next
Vine is really looking. I mean, sometimes I'll play it and I was like, I want a certain type of mana. He found the black source that he was looking for. Now on the other side, Catharsis, decent draw now with that land. It's looking pretty solid.
Yeah, he's got himself 2 turns.
Cannot really do anything this turn. The bite down is not that amazing in his deck. because you can't use it in this type of situation. So the advantage bar does seem to be in Catharsis's going Catharsis's way. Yeah.
I think he just went for the Shadow Prophecy. But honestly, I look at the kicked Sabotage there. I like that opportunity, but maybe with 5 cards in hand, you're like, okay, so it's gonna nab us land and maybe 1 spell.
Well, I mean, this is the type of. I mean, this is why I don't normally play Sabotage, right? Like, if we Sabotage, we're taking 7 on the crackback, and our opponent's likely deploying another creature. It's just, we're just so far behind. This is the type of draw where we need our Archangel, basically, to catch back up.
Mm-hmm.
So unless without our Mythics, as we were talking about, the deck looks kind of weak. Like, you need those cards. Now that's an interesting card that was just picked up. It's actually not bad, right? It deals 1 to everything. So it can clean up 2 creatures. And then... Huh. Okay, not going for that play. I haven't seen the red card cast very much, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think it deals 1 to everything. It kills a defender, and then it like destroys an artifact or something, or it destroys an artifact. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. Like, he's kind of just like, okay, I need to stabilize to get myself to the mid game.
Critically, he did double spell there, which is a big deal. And he's keeping these 1/1s around, and there's another 1/1 entering the battlefield. So he set this card up. I wonder. It seems like he's gonna aggressive Sabotage here.
Smash
like,
to dust, yeah.
What else can he really do?
Sabotage, smash to dust. So actually,
if he tombs, isn't he almost just dead? If he were to go tomb. So I think he rethought that in his mind, and by doing so, by not having his line figured out, he basically off sequenced when he should have played a tap land here.
Yeah.
Which could end up mattering. Like, we don't know what the draw step is going to be and everything, but you would of course rather have the untapped land in hand and the untapped land in play.
And the crazy thing is, Catharsis is now for 4 draws been stuck on 3 lands.
Yeah. And he's doing it. Now this Destroy Evil, not it's not good enough here. It's not doing anything.
Yeah, and it continues to not do anything. I mean, I guess it gets rid of Love Song, but that gets rid of 2 counters and most. I think you trade. Holy crap, this is close.
Yeah, I assume he's just gonna fire it off to get rid of the Love Song if the Love Song gets cast. Whoa, okay. He's just gonna go with a flash threat, which is kind of a way of surprising Springbok, and then he can actually go for lethal as long as that threat is like can attack, because he can
he can Love Song. Yeah, he can Love Song for the counters.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my gosh, this might be
I
think this is lethal for Catharsis. Yeah, he just has to counters. Okay, let's see if he does it. Yeah, he sees it. Wow.
Yeah, he knows that there's not really anything that can punish him at this point.
Oh my goodness. What a match. What a day of gameplay. And we are going to see Catharsis take home the Esporter Dominaria United Championship. Catharsis, congratulations, brother. Holy crap. What a fun match. What a great day of games to watch. Let's scoot over to the leaderboard, the bracket, real quick. And we see Springbok taking down match 1 2-0, and Catharsis taking home the final championship trophy. We'll have that updated here shortly, and he takes home the win. Catharsis, that was incredible. So we see him taking on Big B Smalls 2-1, Raffy 2-1, Archmaster 2-1, Jesse 2-0, and then he loses 2-0 to come back and win 2-1 in the finals. What a fun tournament. What a fun day of magic. Seth, I can't thank you enough. It's always fun to have you guys in here doing commentary with us. What did you think from your split? What did you like most? What did you think was most valuable to the people?
I just want to say thank you to everyone who was a part of this, and I really enjoyed it. Getting to know the folks in my split a bit more, and then to kind of see how this all played out. I was really impressed. I learned a couple things, even though I'm the teacher in this scenario. So I think that yeah, this is a cool format, and this was my first time doing Esporter. So really, yeah, I was impressed overall.
Awesome. Well, we can't thank you enough. We know that everyone who was a part of your split really learned a lot, as evidenced by Springbok getting so deep into the finals run here. And it was a ton of fun to watch. Thank you, everyone who came to hang out to watch the rest of the tournament. Thank you, everyone who participated in playing in today's tournament. If anyone wants to see what we're about, we're video game rec leagues that consist of 4 weeks of coaching, scrimmages, in pod play that all culminate in a tournament for prizes. So if you want to learn more, check us out at esporter.win. Come join us in our Discord, ask us questions. We're happy to talk about and let you know all about this. Hopefully we can get Seth back in the saddle soon to do another coaching session. We would love to have you. You did a great job. And yeah, thank you all for everyone coming out and participating and watching today's tournament. So I'm Quente in Discord. Feel free to hit me up if you have any questions. And that is going to be it for our second limited DMU split championship. Thank you all for coming, and we will catch you next time.
Thanks, everyone.